Hello. What is up, everybody? Getting just a minute and I'll be set, I think. I hope. Getting these early stuff and I'll be set, I think. Hello. All right. What is up, everybody? Getting just a minute and I'll be set, I think. These early stuff and I'll be set. What is up, everybody? How we doing this morning? Gonna hang out, talk a little bit about Ashes of Creation. Afternoon. Oh, yeah, that's right. Afternoon from the EU. I always forget. The early morning stuff, during the week, I'm what, 8:30 p.m. Central Time here in America till about 11:30 p.m. Then we get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we go to mornings. So I always forget the crowd shift a little bit. Although I have some EU people at night as well that are starting their day at like, shit, I don't know, when is 8:30 to, what is that, like 2:30 in the morning? So get a little bit of EU people. So just hanging out, chatting. We got a little bit to go. I'm going to do a little key poll here in about an hour, hour and a half. We got a little bit of time now that the start time has been changed for us. As I'm sure everybody's aware, they pushed back 5 hours, which is kind of predictable. They was it last Friday was what, 3 hours? Uh, Kind of last second that they went back 3 hours. So I guess it's a positive thing that they decided to let us know the day before. But I also think that speaks a little bit to a little, some of the catching up they're trying to do. I wish we knew whether it was servers, whether it was the DDoS stuff, kind of what they felt wasn't ready. I've been playing on the PTR all week, um, and they're actually going to be bringing the PTR up this morning. What's up, Hades? How's it going, Mr. Leamington? Is it Agion? How do you say Agion 1? Dr. Z? So if I buy the access, how do I get access when servers come up? So you cannot chilled get access today. So if what's up, RS? If you don't have access yet, you will not have access till next weekend. So next weekend, 11/8 is when you will be able to get access to the servers on Friday. So what's up, Tomac? Yeah, so we're just not able to. Actually, that's a good point to bring up because part of why we're doing the key this morning, maybe two keys. We'll see what happens. Again, I'm turning everything that we get here in YouTube, subs, super chats, ad stuff back into subs. So we're gonna actually, I think we might be able to do 2 today. We'll see. Um, but it's a good point. So today at 11 a.m. Pacific time is the last chance you have to buy phase 1 keys to start this weekend. So yeah, Atomic, that's what I'm mentioning here. So yes, 11 a.m. Pacific time is when Alpha 2 phase 1 keys go away. And so the importance of that is you will not be able to get access unless they do giveaways, which I think they'll probably do some official giveaways. I don't know that they'll have the content creator program stood up at that point. But December 20th is when the next phase 2, will come up, and that's when keys will start to default to December 20th. I appreciate the Prime, Dracor. Appreciate it very much. Darn, was I supposed to buy it sooner if I wanted access last weekend and this week? Yes, you were supposed to buy it very sooner, actually, last year. Well, did they close down keys in December or January? I don't remember. They gave people, so the history behind all this, right, is they had access up. They had their key packs. They had different cosmetics and things that sort of went with it. They closed that down at the end of last year, or maybe it was October was the last one. I don't remember. My days are all mixed up right now, but uh, closed it down saying that they had enough people. They were going to probably reopen some key sales, but it wasn't clear when. And then they sort of unexpectedly reopened key sales this year prior to Alpha 2 starting. And I think part of trying to not alienate everybody is that the new key sales were going to start 11/8. So um, that gave the folks that had sort of bought in earlier a 2-week, little 2-week start. I don't want to say head start or advantage because there's really no advantage in alpha. But today we will go live. Supposedly they'll go live at 3 p.m. Pacific, and we'll see how things are. But today is the last morning to get access to phase 1. So how many days will that be actually? So if it's next Friday is when the new folks come in, you'll have to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks before you can get back in. 6 weeks from now. 6 weeks from next week. Is when phase 2 will start. 3 p.m. Pacific. That's 3 p.m. Isn't it? It's 3 p.m. Pacific, right? Because they were supposed to go I can pull up Discord and check. They were supposed to go. All my time zones have been all screwed up. Hold up. Let me find the news. Where did he put it? Did he put it in Alpha 2 or just general? Here it is. Yeah, 3 p.m. So here was what he said. Glorious testers, we've encountered a few last-minute issues that need fixing before our weekend test. As a result, we'll be pushing our start time by 5 hours to 3 p.m. Pacific time in order to ensure a smoother testing experience for everyone. So yeah, it's Pacific time. So I think Fridays are supposed to start at 10 a.m. Pacific time generally, although we've not actually started yet. So we've only had 2 weekends though, to be fair. What's up, Robbie? Plans for this weekend testing. So I'm in Genesis Guild. You should look into it if you want. We're on Vira. I keep wanting to say Vira, but I think they tell me Vira, but they tell me it's Vira. So we'll be probably just doing some groups. So this last weekend was, oh hell, I was in a lot of groups. As I said, anybody that has access that are hanging out, if you're in Vira, and I go by Phantom X everywhere, FANTMX. Just hit me up if you need a cleric. I had some duos, some trios. Richie's in it, yes. Richie and it's Rives Guild. Had a couple of 8-mans. Actually had a really, really weird 8-man group on Saturday, which was 4 clerics and 2 bards, and then just a mage and a ranger. Which was actually worked as a group. Actually was okay. But we were also, I think, only at one star mobs, I want to say. Spent a lot of time in Highwayman Hills on some 3 stars as well, which gave absolutely amazing experience. So I don't know where everyone else in the guild got, so I'm going to have to see. Well, am I flashing? What's going on with my arm here? I'll have to see where everyone's at. And oh, that's weird. What's going on? Looks like my arm is like jingling here. I don't know why that's doing that. Anyways, hopefully that's not too distracted. But I'll be healing anybody that wants heals. So I'm just here to hang out and have fun. We've been testing this a long, long time with pre-alpha PI. So this is really all about just getting to hang out with everybody and see what it's all about with you all joining us. So what's up, Lorago? How's it going? Any performance or connectivity issues or fixes, from the PTR. Watched a couple of PTR news, but I don't think I've seen anything regarding that. So the focus, Hades, has been performance and connectivity. 2 nights ago, I didn't really do a lot last night because we were doing Halloween stuff. And actually, who asked about that? I'm going back just a minute. London, yes. Did my kids crush it last night? Yes. Absolutely large candy haul. Had to tear the bags out of their hands so they could go to bed last night. It was actually raining here in the Nashville area, so got kind of soaked, but you know what? They had fun, so fine with me. That's actually part of why I didn't go live last night, was just I got home later than I normally would, and I was soaking wet, so that, you know what? I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll get up early. Purchased mine 30 minutes ago. I've been playing MMOs my whole life. My classic WoW hardcore is getting boring. Yeah. Well, to be fair, there's not going to be a ton to do in Ashes just yet. So keep that in mind. Not a ton of content. They are starting to slowly add some stuff though. So um, Stephen also said that if testing goes well over the weekend, he may extend it. Yes, and they actually historically do that. So all of the, they do historically have done that. So I think the only reason they didn't do it last weekend, because again, they started late last Friday too, was because of the DDoS stuff. So, um, but performance and connectivity, yeah. So 2 nights ago was largely a lot about disconnects. So they had us running in and out of line hold, kind of playing a little bit like we're supposed to play, but wanting us to constantly come back to line hold so they can do some connectivity stuff. And I did disconnect a lot. I have this weird thing where when I disconnect, it puts me back to the character select screen, but then the game just crashes. So um, now, to be fair, I think they had a lot of their debugging stuff turned on. So I don't know that performance was that good, anyways, just because they were monitoring a lot. Um, but yeah, I had a lot of disconnects. They were looking for a very specific type of disconnect, I think. So most of mine, I was on my horse, so I jumped up. I found a way up to a roof. Was just actually I found a false roof, and frequently disconnected from there. There's a lot of people on PTR though. I've been surprised at how many folks are popping into PTR. Most of this week has been pretty directed. They start off with sort of guided stuff, directed stuff, and then they let everyone just sort of play for a little bit. But the last 2 nights have been the longest the PTR's been up. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it was just for about let's say 4 or 5 hours. I think they started. They closed it down at 8 p.m. Been pretty guided though. Monday was again a guided sort of networking test. Largely had us in Miraleth and Winstead. Tuesday was more so actually an item drop sort of loot table thing, looking for whether or not their loot tables were working correctly. Thanks for the follow, Hades. Which I don't think they were. And then Wednesday was sort of again back into connectivity stuff. Performance has been okay though. Actually had I see Ash's a creation talk I follow. Yeah, thank you for following as well. I had Planendorf actually. My sort of fun part of PTR was Planendorf hitting me for. He was red, so he was corrupted, and I went up to him, said, "Fight me," and I started trying to hit him. He was level 50, by the way, and I was like level 2 or 3, and he just turned at me. I don't know what he did, what he cast. I don't know if it was a GM power, but I'm pretty certain. I can't go back and look because we're not allowed to do visual stuff on the PTR, but I'm pretty sure he hit me for 85 million damage. It was either 85 million or 8.5 million. I'm not sure, but I died. Died pretty quickly. Had one of the weirdest death animations too. It was kind of wild, but yeah, I don't know what he cast on me, but it was funny. I mean, it was like I knew he was going to kill me. I didn't know he was going to kill me that much. So yeah, 80 plus million damage. Talk about scaling, right? Actually, we have talked about scaling being a little crazy, but I think yeah, 80 plus million damage to my face was fun. So it didn't break my character. I mean, I think that's good. The PTR also, we've been having larger and larger patch notes, which has been good. They're adding in more. They add Samia's Hope. I did run around to Samia's Hope a little bit. We expect some PTR is supposed to go up this morning, I think at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, if I'm correct. So we'll probably get some more patch notes this morning as well. But they're trying to put a lot into it as we go. Yeah, so again, performance has been actually the VRAM issue seems pretty much resolved for me. So from a performance perspective, it was fine. But like I said, connectivity was still kind of an issue, which might be why they've delayed things today. I don't know. that was really where they put a lot of time focused in, was trying to get some of the disconnect stuff done, figured out. How was testing the new drops in Carf and Steel Bloom? I didn't get any drops. um, Zed, we did a lot of testing in the area and saw no drops. I did not either. I saw nothing. Which I think actually the next day there were some patch notes about drops being improved. So I'm assuming that they found from that test that the loot tables were not working. Does the patch go live this weekend? We don't really know, Hans. They it's never a guarantee that patches are going to be live on Friday. I think that's always their goal. And to be fair, they don't tell us. Obviously I think their run up to Friday is so that they can patch these things in. But, it's never 100% known whether or not that's going to be the case. So I'm joining on the 8th. Well, I will be happy to see you. There's already a lot of server, I don't want to say drama, but a lot of stories already popping around. So I'm trying to remember, did you say if you're EU or NA? So I'm on Vyra at NA. If you like Narc, I think he's on Lineth. And then a lot of the bigger guilds, PvP guilds, are on Resna. So that's just a really quick sort of rundown of where everyone is. I think Suspect is also on Lineth, I'm pretty sure. Most of the creators you see are most of the creators you see, they're all on Vyra. So what's up, Sangre? How's it going? All I've been, my chat just went crazy. This is the only bad thing about, I use StreamerBot. StreamerBot is a wonderful, anybody that's streaming or wants to stream, definitely get StreamerBot. It's super, super helpful, but I lose my chat every once in a while. I'm trying to catch up with everybody. All I've been doing is PTR tests when they pop up. Last night was great for, oh yeah. They left them up for sure forever. I don't try to spend hours on PTR just because I don't want to get burned out. We've been, like I said, doing tests, pre-alpha tests and PI stuff. It's kind of easy to get a little bit, if you have to level 1 to 5 like 30 times, it starts to get a little bit too much. Viral, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'll get on and at least do some of the specific stuff they ask for. And then I usually log off. So Windows testing again begin today. It has been pushed back at this point to 3 p.m. Pacific time. So they pushed back for 5 hours. And yeah, so the plan this morning, I'm going to, like I said, do a key or two giveaway here. Probably one here in about an hour and then maybe a little bit later. Actually, the delay to 5 o'clock works a little bit better for me. So my daughter has a soccer game today, so I don't have to. I get to go watch her play, and rather than having to play for an hour, log out, come back, I think I actually might be able to get in when the servers come up. So we'll see. So that I don't get into that queue, but hopefully Simia's Hope is up and going, and we'll see a lot of the queue time stuff come down. Will there be text sliders? Hopefully, but not yet. I don't think I've seen that in the patch notes anywhere. Again, we'll get some more patch notes, I think, today. I'm not sure what time. Well, what did I say? 9:30. 9:30 Pacific time is when the PTR is supposed to come back up, and so I assume we'll get some patch notes then. I'm trying to not not take screenshots of the Discord. I know there's been some of that floating around on Twitter. Technically, and this is where it's kind of a little unclear. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Lemonade. I like that. Shit. What was I saying? The screenshots. Yeah. So there's been some screenshots of the patch notes. Yeah, Viral. It's the wild, wild west with patch notes. Yeah. It's well, part of it's just kind of unclear. There is a visual NDA, so I can't record or take photo. I can't take screens or anything and share that of the PTR. There's no verbal NDA, so we can talk about it all we want. But the screenshots of the Discord are kind of a little bit gray area. It's not really clear. Like, are we allowed to do screenshots of an NDA Discord? So I've not been. Of course, the workaround that's really easy, and actually I can pull it up here in a minute. Is just create a text file or something, put it in a browser, look at it that way. But yeah, it's a little unclear with what we can do. But back to text sliders, yeah, we hopefully we'll see that come in. I think that's everybody's biggest complaint. The UI otherwise, I mean, the amount of sort of customizability so far has been good and adjusting sizes and stuff, but the text doesn't adjust with it. So that's, I think, a very, very common complaint that they've heard very clear heard. So yeah, Rob, it's going to be a bit. So I don't think we'll stream for 8 hours. Like I said, I'll probably stream here for about 4, and then I'll try to pop on again tonight. But the biggest part coming on live this morning was to do some of these keys, because so it'll be, we'll say in an hour, we'll say 9:45 Central Time. Hopefully that's a decent blend. And I'd promised all the EU folks that we would do something that works for their time a little bit better too. Last Sunday we did this like really late Central Time. So Steam Element, it's not giving you any points. I'm not sure. Are you logged in? So the things we've seen, number one, are you logged into the right account? We have had that pop up where folks were not logged into the right account, and it was points were going to a different account. That's kind of been the more common one. Otherwise, there's also a little bit of a delay from when you first join in. I'm looking to see if I see your name anywhere. And I'm not seeing your name. So I would check on those two things. That's usually the most common issue. And we'll do it live. So I'm not, you'll get to see everything as we do it. So another PTR test at 9:30. Yes. Am I going to hop in at all? Probably not. Maybe. I mean, I guess I'll have an hour if I potentially when we end the stream this morning. So I mean, I guess I could. It depends on what's in the patch notes, I think. If it's more disconnect stuff, I don't know how much I can really add to them. Has anyone tested auto running into a wall to prevent DC? That's a good point. I don't know, actually. People were certainly brainstorming how they can keep from getting back into that queue, basically. Friday, we actually went so far as to go corrupted to prevent going back in the queue. So, did confirm patch notes is okay for sharing last night. Well, we've been sharing the patch notes. I guess the question is just about taking screens of the Discord. That's been the bigger question, because it is sort of, the visual component. I don't know. It sounds kind of stupid that you can just copy paste to your own stuff, but that's just where some of the unclear guidelines. Because I think some people were just putting out screens of the Discord, and it is technically I think I can. Well, see, I don't know if it's an NDA Discord or not. I mean, we can talk about things. We just can't show you things. I have to check through my PC. Yeah, just see what's Hades. That's usually the two most common. What's up? I'm gonna mess up your name. Yushado, is that right? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, the other day was not giving points also. It's still running. I'm still showing it running. So I'm not sure. And the number of stuff going up. But I did notice people were, that was the most common thing, is that people were in a different account. At what time does the weekend testing stop? I think it's usually 10 p.m. Pacific, or no, sorry, 8 p.m. Pacific last week, but then the DDoS stuff messed it all up. Steven actually put into Discord that if this weekend testing goes well, they might extend it because there was a conversation about being delayed and everything, and whether we would get some extended time, which they have done in the past. Do you think it's worth getting into the alpha if you are not a big MMO player but are 1000% interested in playing this game? I guess that it is time to game. I guess that depends on what you want to do. Um, there's a lot of disconnects. There's going to be some queue time waiting. The game doesn't run super well for everyone. There's visual bugs. There's not a ton of content. So I think the better question you probably want to ask is whether you want to be in phase 1 or not. Once we get to phase 2, which is this starts December 20th, you'll get more content and hopefully just a more stable game. I will say my opinion as to whether you get into phase 1 or phase 2. The reality is this alpha is probably going to go 2-3+ years. And, so $120 right now for 3 years of alpha 2, I don't think is that bad of a deal if you have the money. But if you're not really interested in it, because it's an alpha, it's a real alpha. So I have some videos pulled up if we get bored that we can watch. One was Soda Poppin', and we can watch that together because people I don't think realize this is a real alpha. This is, to put it bluntly, there are things that are buggy as shit. So, that is where you should put your whether should I buy or should I not buy is just what you're willing to put up with. So if you're going to rage quit, I'd just wait. Any hope for semi-solo players? Yeah, you can solo. It's really easy to solo up until probably level 7, 8. Once you get to 9, the amount of experience you need to go to 10 actually jumps up tremendously. And so at that point, really starting around level 9, it probably makes sense to start having a group. Which I think is actually some fair feedback. Is sort of, there's been a lot of people not able to get into groups, and you do reach a point where you can still solo, because we also have a star system, right? There are mobs that have no stars all the way up to 3 stars. 3-starred are going to be much more difficult and require a group. They also give out a ton of experience. Solo players can certainly do the no starred stuff, but you're going to be grinding a long time. So again, if you'll be able to solo, but it's gonna take you a lot longer rather than in a group. I'm trying to think of what I was getting experience-wise, sort of the difference. Leveling up soloing, at least I would get probably 100 or 200 experience per kill. I was in a group Sunday morning. We were doing 3-starred stuff in Highwayman Hills, and we were getting, I think it depended, but it was between 2,500 and 5,500 experience per kill. So you definitely get a lot more out of grouping. Also, again, once you hit level 9, everything just jumps up tremendously to get to the next level. It takes a very long time to get to the next level. So group just tends to be better. But yeah, I mean, you can solo. That certainly is possible, and they've always planned for it to be possible. So waiting will be your best bet for now. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're not really in a testing mindset, for sure. Because I also don't think that PTR is like something we're doing for fun. PTR is very directed, and it's, again, I was disconnecting like crazy. So that's what I've been thinking. I need someone else to say it. Thank you. Yeah, I would just wait until December. Did they change anything for this weekend, or is it the same content for testing? We can certainly go through a little bit of the patch notes here in a minute. They did add Samia's Hope. So assuming that makes it into the build today, you will get to see that. That will be a new login point for everyone. So hopefully that will also help with the queues. Right now, when I was running around through Samia's Hope, it's very bare bones. There's not much in there. Yeah, sir. And right now, this draw for this morning is on Twitch. Sorry, not YouTube. So you'll have to come over to Twitch. I do think I figured out a way to do it on YouTube this weekend too, so that we can also hit up the YouTube folks. So this weekend is extra live, so we're gonna Also, I'm gonna get into today set up Extra Life again so that there can be some donation stuff. So, hot take: I'd be okay with no extension. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I kind of would too, if that means they get more bug fixing in. Although I guess they, well, yeah, because I mean, they're if they have to have their live ops team, say open Monday, then I think that obviously probably takes away from the overall manpower to try to fix things. But yeah, we don't really necessarily know the internal workings of their studio, so um, not sure if it is allowed or not. But I definitely created a macro using my Razer mouse that makes me sit down to rest and stand up every 30 seconds. Yeah, I wouldn't, Big Mike, I probably wouldn't make that entirely public. So I'm pretty sure somewhere in the TOS is something about automated stuff, but I don't know for sure. So I would be very careful and just make sure that all is good. Hopefully, again, hopefully the queue time is going to be better, going to be much better with Samia's Hope coming up. What's up, Kruta? Good morning to you. Will you regret watching others play? Well, I know I've been playing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's directed to me or the chat, but yeah. So I don't I don't know. I don't know what I would say to that. If I was getting in November 8th and I hadn't seen it yet, I guess I don't know that I would regret it. I'd maybe wait. Although there's a part of me that would want to see what I'm getting into and also see see how to play the game. So I tend to be someone. I don't necessarily get to be sort of a hardcore player. I don't necessarily have a ton of time just because of life and work and family. That's why I have such weird streaming times this last week and a half. But um, so but I do actually do a lot of learning and video watching outside of game time. So in that way, I guess I'm kind of a little bit of a hardcore player. So I tend to watch a lot of videos, watch people play games, read the wiki, read everything that's going on. So I personally wouldn't probably be too disappointed. What's up, Hidden Dagger? How you doing, Peon? The Hidden Dagger Inn, everyone, is another content creator for Peon is another content creator for Ashes of Creation. Certainly go check him out on Twitch and on YouTube. Actually, he has done some guide videos. So certainly if you want to learn a little bit more of what you're getting into and you don't mind guides, go check him out. I was curious about guides though in an alpha state game, but because things are going to change so rapidly. But he has done some good. We actually had, what was it? What was the waterfall, Peon? What because they changed that. What was that quest line? I'm trying to remember what the name of it. Plunder quest. Yeah. People found sort of this plunder quest line, and it was kind of hidden. It was like under a waterfall, but you got a lot of experience for doing it, and it was very easy to do. And they patched that out. Actually, they changed the level. They added, I think, a level requirement. So that is no longer there. Soda Rage was hilarious and cringe. Yeah, I think I haven't watched that all the way through because I've also heard some people say that he might have just been sort of acting and all that, but I don't know. Damn, I just lost my chat again. I try to catch up with all you. That's why I'm kind of delayed a little bit. But I think I'm getting so far freaking behind that streamer.bot keeps trying to push me forward. I don't even know what a node is. Spends 200. Oh, I was talking about soda. Yeah, that's where I'm catching up. How easy is it to go solo and partner up with others? Again, you can solo all you want. It's just going to take a while to advance. It's going to take a long while once you get to level 9. Partnering up with others is actually not terrible. I mean, most of the people that you see, if you ask, people will group up, and you actually have 8-man groups. So you do have the ability to group with quite a lot of people. Good old EQ on hell levels are a thing. Yes, they are. I don't know if that's intentional, but Rye put together, he actually does have a chart of the XP it takes to get to each level. And there are sort of these blips that are a little bit more than others. And I'm not sure if that's intentional or what, but the grind definitely becomes real at level 9. So level 9 is really where the 100 hours start. So, and 8 is a big group. Love it if it is. Yeah, yeah. No, you can group in 8. That were most of my groups over last weekend were groups of 8. At least the ones that I spent a lot of time with. I'll be in on the 8th. Super excited to defeat all of my favorite streamers and YouTubes on Battlefield. Yeah, hey, come after me. I'm fine. You know, you might kill me. I might kill you. I don't know. I don't really care. Yeah, we can play together. We can fight each other. That's perfectly fine. Don't want to be that guy, but I'm watching at work. How's this giveaway work? At 9, so in about 42 minutes, 9:45 Central. I'm just going to pull it and see see if they're in chat. And the way it does work, we cannot actually give you keys. Mace, you have to go to the Stream Elements link and just watch and put in some tickets. So again, Ashes actually does not give us the ability to give away. Intrepid does not let us. They do not have a key system set up to actually grant you keys. So I will just we'll talk offline about getting you a package. The weird timing of all this is because again, this morning, 11 a.m. Pacific time is the deadline to get into phase 1. Anything we do key giveaway this weekend, which we will, is actually not going to be until December 20th. So I wanted to try to fit something in early this morning to try to get some folks in on the air, get somebody or maybe 2, we'll see, on the in on the 8th to work with us. So I'm going to try to use the UEVR mod and play in VR. You'll have to let me know how that goes. I'd be really curious to see how that works. I've heard the game looks beautiful on super wide screens. I don't do that because it really messes up the streaming and you have to do some weird shit. But PTR soldiers are appreciated. You're helping our testing workings be smoother. That is very much true. And like I said, PTR actually has had a lot of people. I've been surprised how many people have been in the PTR. Simia's Hope on the west side of the portal. Yeah, so when you come in, normally we've come in to Linehold. If you go north, northeast, where all of those little goblin things are, and if you keep going further all the way east, you come to the Burning Caravan event. I'm sure you probably saw that. It's like a 3-stage event of killing things, turning things in. So that there's like a door gateway behind that Burning Caravan that has previously been closed and had like a big red barrier to it. That barrier has now been removed, and Samia's Hope is down that road. So it's actually surprisingly very close to Linehold. So I thought it would be further away, but it's super close. There's not a lot in it right now. There's some crafting stuff, processing stations, crafting stations, a couple of NPCs. They do have some commissions stood up in there. I think Linehold tends to have a little bit more activity in it, but we don't really know what they're going to patch in for today. So it could be more. We don't really know. What do I do on Twitch? Just number 1, follow, and then number 2, just watch for a little bit. I think it's 10-minute intervals, and you should be able to get in at that point. Yeah, bugs. That is everything we see right now are a lot of bugs. I actually had a weird ass bug. My mount's tail was like, I don't know how to put it, glued to the screen. So it looked like it was smashed up against my screen and it would stay there no matter which way I went. It was really weird. And then occasionally my head extends super high. Do you have time to shower before the giveaway? I mean, can you shower in about 40 minutes? If yes, then go. 3 p.m. Pacific is when it opens today. Yep, that is when we will be able to get in. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a delay again, but we'll see. Thanks for pronouncing it correctly. I've heard Somalia's Hope. Who said that? There's like no N in the word or no O in the word. Like it's Samia's. I don't understand. Although I've heard it kind of weird too. So, although to be fair, I have a hard time pronouncing a lot of the realm names. I see them differently. I want to keep saying Vera, but I think it's Vira. In my country in Europe, it opens at midnight. Yeah, again, Stephen has said they might push things if the testing goes well, they might extend it for us. So we'll see if they do that or not. Macros are pretty clearly stated to not be allowed. Yeah, that's Mr. Leamington. I was trying to be nice in how I said that. Yeah, they're pretty clear on anything that's automated. So if you're not playing, and also to say, I would say that if you're not actually playing, it's only fair to let everyone else in. So, I know we don't want to have to deal with the queue, but the queue should be better. So, if you're not playing, I think it's only fair to log out so other people can get in. I watched more Twitch this weekend than all year. Yeah, it's been a lot of crazy Ashes stuff. I think in general, Intrepid had a good weekend last weekend. Obviously, you had a lot of you had some unhappy people. You had the DDoS stuff coming. You had bugs, but for the most part, the folks that have been in this community, the people that we've been watching be a part of our community, I think they all generally felt like it was fun. The combat definitely feels fun, and so I think for the most part, I think it was a good weekend last weekend. So hopefully this weekend becomes another good weekend. Base King, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Sorry, I'm catching up here. You made it. All right. All right. Where were we? I wouldn't worry about being spoiled. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Again, honestly, there's a lot we've not seen. Content is just pretty lacking right now. So, you can take your time with the whole process. Just bought Wave 1 access, so finally I'll be playing in a week. Yeah, that'll come really fast too. You're not, the other thing is you're not really missing out on a whole lot. It's just these weekends, so it's not too bad having to start November 8th. I know it probably feels like it, having to wait 2 weeks, but you're really not missing a ton. I think some people spent like 4 hours in the queue last weekend, 5 hours. I'm not even sure. That's part of why I started streaming. Well, last week I streamed about, and I'll probably do that this weekend, tomorrow and Sunday around 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. Kind of a bitch to wake up that early, but one is just that it gives me, I still have time to hang out with my family afterwards. But two, the servers were super fucking easy to get in on. So I had no queues whatsoever that early in the morning. So that was another reason to start so early. What's up, Nero? How's it going? Soda's character was named Stupid Idiot. So yeah, he might have gone into the test expecting it to be bare bones. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I still gotta watch it. Do you know if the fact you get the same EXP from an 8-people group than a 20-people raid is fixed? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Let me look back through the patch notes. I actually think they did mention that the raid stuff is being fixed. I was going to buy into the alpha, but I have 2 kids' birthdays, 1 grandson's birthday in the next 30 days. Well, keep hanging out here. I don't necessarily have a ton of keys access, but we're trying to do what we can. Like I said, anything we get in ads and subs and any of that super chats is just going right back into keys for you all. I think less downtime. Not sure about a bonus. 40 minutes is just enough time to earn 1 ticket worth. Is it set to 40 minutes? I thought it was less than that. It's less than that, right? What is it? Is it really 40 minutes? Uh, 5 points every 10 minutes. Oh, you're right. It is. I'll have to. Okay. All right. Bad streamer. Where were we? We'll make that a little bit better. Like I said, I actually might do another one today before I log off. So we'll maybe create another giveaway here in a minute. Do they reward a full group that I don't know? Yeah, I don't know how much you would get in bonus. You just can do more difficult stuff. So if you have a good on-screen celebration, I don't know. How do you want me to celebrate? You want me to like dance, sing? I can't sing, so you don't want me to sing. I can't really dance either. If I stand up, I'm pretty sure I'll pop off the screen, so you won't be able to see anything. Um, but full groups, you do get to do a whole lot of stuff. So you can do a lot more difficult content, and that in turn gives you shit. I wasn't actually saying, hey, I'm going to dance. Um, what kind of dance? I'll let you figure that out, and then I'll make a fool out of myself. How about that? Um, I wonder if you can write off the cost of keys for taxes. Yeah, I don't know that I even want to bother with that. It's all good. Maybe they both. Maybe because they're this is back to the starting spots. Yeah, because they're both humans. Maybe that's why they're close. I'm not sure. It's just far enough away that you don't have to that they get to get the queue working a little bit better. But interestingly enough, when I was playing this, when I did the PTR, I didn't have like a choice of where. I couldn't choose to spawn into Simia's Hope, so I don't know if that will be changed, or if you will just automatically be put one place or another. I'm not really sure. I guess we'll find out today. Oh, well, we might even find out this morning. Again, PTR goes live supposedly in about 2 hours. So we'll see what kind of notes we get. I can't show yet, but we'll kind of see what pops up. Is there just one key giveaway? Right now there's just one. Maybe another later today. We'll see. We'll try to fit in before the deadline. What about the text sliders? Nothing yet that we know of. Assuming no more DDoS. Oh, extend it. Yeah, I think so. I think they will. That's historically what they've done. Steel Series software and MMOS does wonders. I actually have both of those. I'll have to look into that. I don't mind slower leveling, but they better give the player majority of the class skill set early on. Otherwise, people won't do well. And gameplay death. So interestingly, we had so this is one of my more critical feedback. So I play cleric. The first 8 levels go pretty fast. So you do get, you get a fair amount of skill points to put into your tree. You get a fair amount of weapon skill points. You get the stamina skill points, although I think the stamina tree at this point really isn't worth much. I really hope they make that better. Because right now I don't know that there's, I don't know. It doesn't feel like that stamina tree does much for me. But specific to the cleric, when we talk about skills, something I hope they change that I very much dislike. Your very first skill point, you're required to put it into the class resource. Hey, Mace, thank you for the cheer. So I appreciate that. What's up, Brutal? I dislike that they're making you put it into, well, one, I just dislike that they force you to make that singular decision, but it also feels weak. For one, I don't think that class resource for the cleric, I don't think it should require a skill point. I think it should be on its own, unique to the class. And I don't really think you should have to waste a skill point for it. But as of right now, you do. So hopefully they change that, because I do think that definitely impacts how you feel. Now, I will say the cleric, though, at least gets to start off with a heal, an insta heal, 3-second cooldown heal, and a smite spell, and your res spell. So, I mean, you do at least have some stuff to play around with. But anyways, yeah, that's one of my critiques on the cleric. I don't really like that too much. So there's a giveaway, yes, in about 30 minutes. And then I'll probably do another one before I log off. We'll just have to create a new stream elements. Again, we don't really they don't have keys. I don't have a key to give you because Intrepid doesn't give us keys to give you, but we'll make sure you get a pack before the 11 a.m. Cutoff. So anyone can join in. I mean, if you're watching, sure. Ideally, if you already have access, you'd let somebody else get access, but I have Kickstarter Alpha 2 key already, but how do I get to PTR? All right, so here's the deal with the PTR, Tony. If you had pre-Alpha 2 access, then you can join the PTR right now. If all you have had is Alpha 2 access, then you do not get to join the PTR. So that's sort of the cutoff. If that's how you'll know, and also if you have PTR access, you would see the channels in Discord. So how do we join? Mr. Limited Intrepid gives out keys. They did for another streamer. Yeah, and I've asked, but they're really busy right now. So we just do it through a money donation instead. So it's all good. Are you asking how you join the giveaway? It's through, Yeah, there's a link right there, Stream Elements. So, what the hell is going on with my chat? It's not letting me scroll. Not a lot of time left for buying the key. Yeah, I'm gonna probably change that a little bit next time. Stream Elements, or sorry, Streamer.bot just like lost my chat. So I'm gonna look over here. We'll wipe it in 4 months and starting again from scratch. This game could be fun. My kids are not enough time, management, or life skills to know shit happens. Start again. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to not have any down wipes, but I think it's inevitable that we will get a wipe of some sort at some point, especially as they add new systems. Oh, you actually can because they fall under giveaways. Yeah, I know. It's how much effort do I want to put into it? After buying a key for the 8th, it seems time is dragging by. Yeah, it'll go fast though. Don't worry. You'll it'll go fast. So, and you're not missing a whole ton. We'll see. You know what's happening is you're just getting everyone else is just testing the servers for you. That's the best way to look at it. They're making sure stuff gets fixed. That is how I would view that if you're having to wait another week. Last week I could only play Friday. Saturday my character was stuck at Briarmore Farm. Oh, that sucks. And Sunday it was DDoS time. Yeah, luckily I got in. I played before the DDoS stuff happened. But yeah, that sucks. Yeah, there are some character bricks in too. So again, if you're not really willing to put up with a lot of the alpha bullshit that happens, then you probably just want to wait. Because there's just a lot of stuff that they have to figure out and fix, and disconnects and performance problems. And all last weekend I had VRAM issues. The game was maxing out my VRAM, and so we actually dropped stream once, and my camera quit working. So if you're not willing to do all that, then I'd probably just wait. Psycho Chain, what's up? Thanks for hanging out with us as we sit and wait for how much time we have now. It's a little 5 hours, 45 minutes, I think. Is my math correct? Yeah, something like that. Until servers are going to come up, although they might be delayed again. We'll see. I think the PTR this morning will tell us. Mayor system could take some time to figure out. Yeah, but luckily a lot of the mayors are actually kind of hanging out together. At least on Vira, they're kind of collaborating right now and trying to figure out what the server, or sorry, not the server, the realm needs. How are we feeling about today? Yeah, excited, right? Trying to get time to get back in, see what we can get to. If time is going too slow, you can always partake in the Irish time travel. What's the wipe criteria? They haven't given us any. They really have not given us any wipe criteria. They are trying not to, and but again, I think it's only inevitable, especially if you add some more advanced systems that aren't in the game yet, that eventually you'll have to wipe. But I'm sure they're going to do everything they can to try to not have a wipe happen. It's probably like 6 hours to go. Yeah. We did have the 5-hour delay, so we'll see what we get. Like I said, the PTR comes up in about 2 hours, so that we'll probably get some notes and stuff with that. So we'll get to see a little bit of what potentially will be in as we log in. The servers will be even more stable on the 8th. Yeah, definitely. That's why I would imagine they will open at least one new server for NA and EU. I don't know. Yeah, that's been a debate as well. Whether they would add any new servers in. I actually don't. I'm not sure. Somebody found where's the map. There you go. I have it working, so it does work. You can move around on the map. The instruction for that are below the map commands thing. You just have to use the road goes ever on as the reward for that, and put in the right area. Where I'm going to actually change that when I have time. I've streamed a whole lot the last 7-8 days, which has left me like very little time to do anything else within OBS and with Twitch and stuff that I kind of want to make better. One of those is I actually want to change this map and add the current Alpha 2 map rather than this, but that's going to take some time. This was a pretty big coding project, so I think there's like 3 different coding languages that I had to put together to make this map thing work. So, but I do want to add in a little more as we go. PTR open right now. Nope, it opens at 9:30 Pacific time. At least that's what we've been told. Lenneth is also, yeah, Lenneth is, I think I saw Narc, right? Narc is one of the mayors. I think, what did he call it? The council. I don't know if there's actually a council, but I think I saw him refer to the council. I assume that was like the council of mayors, but I'm not sure. Probably 6-ish hours to go. Yes. My biggest problem is between the text being so small and my personal schedule getting in the way. Yeah, again, the text being small is a very common complaint. Common enough that I hope they actually take a little bit of time to try to put that in to increase the size, and hopefully it's independent of your UI elements. So, you could leave the UI elements the same, but then increase the size of the text. But it would be nice if in the PTR patch notes that we saw that. I can see a wipe being beneficial when they add new biomes. Yeah, I mean, potentially. Also, when you think about like secondary classes, right? Augments, I don't know if that's going to require a wipe at some point. Still think, back to the server thing. So that has been a big debate whether they'll open up more servers come November 8th. I think how many players they have today will kind of tell you what they're going to do. If they have an overall drop off this weekend to last weekend, and if it's a significant drop off, I'm guessing they will not open up any more servers. If they have the same, if it seems like the player base is persistent, then I think they're probably more likely to open up probably only one, but open up a server for NA and EU. And whether they do both, again, it probably depends on how many people they get in this weekend from both areas. Still think Mayor Firebrand is the most hilarious thing. Yeah, Jamie and his group, man. I feel like that was a soft war declaration on Rive and Genesis, of course, and I'm part of Genesis, but they have not outright said that. But do you know what was the issues that delayed the start? Nope, sure don't. We tested on the PTR mostly connectivity issues, kind of networking issues. They're still trying, which is the point of phase 1 right now, right? Is performance and networking. So that was most of what we tested. Oh shit, the Ashes website is down. That's a unique error too. Usually Cloudflare is currently unable to resolve your requested domain. Sure shit, hope they're not undergoing already some sort of DDoS stuff before they even get servers up. I'm gonna go. Give me a sec. I'm gonna look into Discord and see if anybody's talked about it. But no, I assume the delay issues are going to be networking related sort of performance. Going to need to restart the test quest. Yeah. How hard has AOC been to run on a not new machine? I guess that depends on what your. I should probably put up the minimum requirements somewhere, because that is a pretty common question. So I'm going to think about trying to do that. Brutal, I appreciate the sub. Thank you very, very much for the tier 1. What are my plans this weekend? Probably just going to be grinding some more heals, trying to get up to level 15 if I can. Ideally somewhere 15 to 20, because then I can play with everyone, even if they're, I think there's an 8 level difference that you can play with folks. Crafting, I really didn't get into, because the main issue being a lot of the resources were just taken. There were so many people that there were no resources to harvest. Now, I will say the patch notes from yesterday, they've apparently increased the amount and respawn rate of those resources. So hopefully we'll get to play around with harvesting and processing and crafting a little bit more, because they have supposedly increased, again, the respawn and the amount of things available to us. Will we also be dancing to the time warp again? Sure. We have all the mayors working. Yeah, I mean that's the right thing to do right now, right? Is just try to figure out what the servers need. Have you played R Archetype? Yep. Yes, Brutal, over the course of pre-alpha and PI stuff, sure. Epicus, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you very much. Just to verify giveaways, yeah, PayPal. That's how we. I've been just messaging everyone through Twitch, but certainly you can also hit me up on Discord. That would work fine too. Want to try to get really quick so that you can get in before the cutoff. Although now that the website's down, this could mess up our plans actually. Yeah, if their website's down, I don't know how we go about doing this. Well, now it's saying SSL handshake failed. All right, guys. Well, hopefully we'll still do what we planned. So in about 15, 20 minutes, but hopefully the website comes up. Yeah, Viral, that's what I'm sort of like. Is there already an attack? I mean, shit, if they're already trying to fuck with stuff, this is going to be a long weekend potentially. Hopefully that's not actually what's happening, but damn, that was one thing that we were hoping was getting worked on all weekend, right? We just whether or not they were able to implement some things to help combat the DDoSing that was occurring. Yeah, we'll need to see what happens with the website today, because that sorry, I was trying to catch up on everybody's chats. This whole website thing has now brought me to the current chat. So if I miss anything that you put in there, just repeat it and I'll try to answer your questions. CMs in the Discord are saying the website should be coming back up. All right. Website came down the other day when did a minor update. 30 minutes later, website's up. Okay, well maybe that's yeah, might be able to hear my dog barking right now. I think somebody just pulled up to the house. Let's see here. Yep. Somebody, that's fine. They can do whatever they're doing outside. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, potentially, I guess maybe that they're just updating some stuff so that we are a little bit more protected. What's up, Tangent? After seeing Soda Poppins blow up online, do you think AOC should have an optional training quest chain for people that know nothing about AOC? I mean, that's the goal, Master Chief, right? This introductory quest chain is nowhere near what it's going to be, right? I do think probably in hindsight it would have been good to have that in at the beginning, something basic. But the goal has never been to handhold. So I don't know. To be fair, it is kind of hard. When we logged in Friday, right? So all of the processing and crafting stations had been forever in one area of Lionhold, and when we logged in Friday, those were all moved. So who's been testing forever, like spent 5 or 10 minutes just trying to figure out where the fuck everything was. But I did. I ran around, I looked, asked questions. So I don't know. But I do think the sort of new player introduction could probably be better. So do you think the authorities can trace back who's probably not? I'm betting maybe, I guess, depends on who does it, but probably not. And I also don't know that Ashes of Creation is going to be like high on anybody's priority right now. Sucks for us though. Basic tutorial of the game systems is not even close. No, I agree. And that's not what I'm trying to say, I guess. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I said. I agree. Maybe I conflated two different topics. I do think that the basic quest tutorial can be better from the start. But I also think a lot of the complaints that some people had were some things that might just never make it into the game. So, because of the design of the game. So I don't know if you're alpha testing, kind of feel like you should not need a tutorial right now. Yeah, I mean, Candy, that's what I was kind of saying. It's not a high priority, I think, but it's a weird spot, right? Because I'm sure it's not a high priority for the team because right now it's all about networking and stability, being able to get things to where players can actually just even be on the server together. But at the same time, you are bringing in a lot of new people. And I, despite the fact that some of us have lived in the ashes of creation and world for 7 years now, many of the people coming in haven't. They've not really been exposed to all this. I mean, I think there's some people that, we last week and we talked about nodes and stuff like that. So they're in this sort of weird, I think, position of where do you put your resources? And it feels like right now that the resources really are trying to just get into stability so that we can just even get into the game and play around. So all constructive feedback is good for Intrepid. Yeah, I agree. And they listen to feedback. So they 100% listen to feedback. That's so weird that there are people who paid 120 with zero prior knowledge. Yeah, I mean, everybody's excited. You even, Lemon, you even have people though, part of it is because the game has been in development for so long. You have people that actually bought into the Kickstarter, what, 7 years ago now? And, haven't kept up with it. So, I mean, you even have Kickstarter people that are logging in, not really knowing what they're doing. So I just think it's a weird place for them to be in right now. I personally would rather them just work on us being able to actually physically stay in the game and not crash out and not go through these huge, last weekend, the queue, actually, people that sat in the queue, one of the bugs was the queue was going up, not down. So, you maybe entered the queue at 100 and 10 minutes later, your queue was 100, like 200. So there's just things like that I think they're trying to prioritize, just so that we can get in and then actually, as a group, give feedback for stuff. I just paid $120. Hey, Bar, thank you for, thank you for the cheer, man. I appreciate that. Soto was having a hot flash, I'm sure. Yeah, I think he'll be back too. Compared to the average price people are willing to pay for a game, 120 is a lot. Yeah, that is true. Soto paid, he did pay the 500. Like, then how are you not following people acting like 120 is a lot? I mean, it is a lot. You have to step back and take some perspective. For some of us, it might not be. For some people, it's a lot of money. It's a lot to ask people to spend $120. So I actually did a video on this a while back when they announced the prices. It's on YouTube on our Theory Forge channel, and I compared what previous games have charged for alpha access to what Ashes of Creation was asking for alpha access, and hands down, Intrepid has asked for far more money than any other game has asked for alpha access. So it is a lot for some folks. The 120 right now is a good deal though. What's up, Maverick? Cheers. Yeah. So it just depends on who you are. So I don't want to act like $120 is not a lot, because I think it is. Certainly when you look back at other games, it's a lot. Which other game has asked for 120? Well, you have to remember, Nardap, it's, 120 is the lowest price too, right? Like everyone else, towards the end of last year when they originally closed down key sales, were paying what, 375, something like that. To get into the alpha, it's that's a lot of money. I will say, if you can swing it, you're going to get a lot out of your $120 though. You're going to get a lot. You're going to get a lot of time testing. Like in alpha, it's going to go 2 or 3 years. So don't think this is going to be like 6 months. It's going to go 2 or 3 years. So you're going to get a lot of time out of your 150. But then you do also get a month of game time. You get some embers. You get access to all of the the beta stages. So you actually get quite a bit for 120. But again, it is a lot of money. Pay to win. Well, I don't know what's pay to win. Wait, what are we talking about? Did we skip somewhere else? $120 is a decent restaurant price. That's a lot for, man. Where are you eating? I'm not paying for that at a restaurant. I'll stay home and cook. 250 was the minimum for A2. Yeah. I mean, people paid a lot of money. So Dythird 22, thank you for this Prime. I appreciate you. Yeah, they you know, we paid a lot just a year ago. Is that pay to win question about Ashes? Because it's not. I think I'm not following. Oh, ArcAge. Okay. Embers can use to buy game time. Yeah. So again, the 120 is actually a good deal. I feel bad for the people that originally bought beta access, you know, because you had the option to only buy beta 1 access and wait. Um, and those people kind of got lost in all this. They kind of got screwed a little bit, in my opinion. Like the deal that they got was nowhere near what some other people got, in my humble opinion. Brutal, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. For the cheers. That's I appreciate all y'all are doing. Again, we just do turn this back into key stuff. So you know, I appreciate all you all contributing, and then we turn around and put that back into the community. So around here, honestly, damn Maverick, appreciate every single one of you. This is I have said this for a long time. You know, I've been a part of this community now for 7 years, and this is one of the best, hands down best fucking communities that I've been a part of. You know, we lived through the whole EverQuest Next landmark community, Chronicles of Illyria, quite a few, and the Ashes of Creation group has just been really a lot of fun to be a part of. So, you know, I appreciate all of you. That's why I'm happy you're all in. I've been waiting forever to be able to play with you all. So, yeah, that's why I say if you get on Vira, just hit me up on Phantomex. You know, if I'm not busy or already in a group, then I'm more than happy to come heal you. Wherever you're at, we can run around. So, would rather pay 120 than watch people play and test the game for 2+. Yeah, I mean, I again, I do think 120 is a pretty decent, pretty decent. Oh, it's a lot of money, but if you can swing it, you're going to get a lot out of it. They getting hit with a DDoS again. That's what we were just talking about. Because this could kind of fuck. Oh no, the website's back up. All right, it's up. We're good. Let me actually go to the shop though, make sure nothing changed. All right, so yeah, they still have Alpha 2 First Wave Butterville. Okay, so we're still able to purchase that. Oh shit. They listened. We got to win, guys. We got to win here. I had actually reached out to them. So I don't know that I'm not going to take credit this. Fuck, I don't think they would listen that much to me. But I reached out to them this week because, you know, Extra Life is this weekend. And I thought, you know, it's kind of a bad timing to have your access shut down on Friday and then Extra Life be on Saturday, because we really plan to do a lot of key giveaways Saturday and Sunday for Extra Life. And so I had reached out to them and said, hey, you know, is there any chance we could you might consider extending this at least through the weekend so that we can, you know, hit up some people for keys so that they can join on the 8th. The answer at the time was there was no plans to change that. However, I am now reading the website. Here's what it now says. The phase 1 bundle grants access to our, well, here, let me actually just put this up for y'all to look at. See here. Shit, where'd OBS go? Come on, damn it. Here we go. All right, I got to make myself here. I'm just going to close my video down. So here you go. So it appears, what's up, Lou Lloyd? I'm going to pause here just to give another shout out to one of our wonderful content creators, Lou Lloyd there in chat. Go hit him up. Go to his Twitch channel. He also does some YouTube. Be careful when you search for his name. Google might give you some things you're not expecting when you search Lude, but definitely go hit him up. Go to his channel, give a follow. He did a great stream yesterday, actually. Was it yesterday, Lude? You had all the mayors for, I think it was Vira, on. So I think that's actually up on YouTube right now too. So yeah, he's great. I've gamed with him quite a bit too. We played around some and it's been a lot of fun. So yeah, Lou Lloyd's a solid dude. So give him a follow. Yeah, Mayor stream was yesterday. Hey, what's up, Planendorf? I didn't even know you were in the chat. Big day. Hopefully that extra 5 hours gets a little fixes. I'm curious to see what comes on the PTR. So anyways, here, back to what I was saying. This is your phase one. So this is the website came down. It is now back up. So this is your access starting next week. And it now reads the phase one bundle grants access November 8th, blah, blah, blah. We have extended the purchase deadline for this bundle to close Saturday, November 30th. So they actually will, it does not close today, which is absolutely fucking great. So fucking cool, guys. I appreciate you, Intrepid, Steven, Margaret, everybody. You know, Planendorf, I also, I said this before, and I, you know, with all of us hanging out in chat waiting for Alpha, you know, we all greatly appreciate everything you and your team do. I know, like PTR, y'all have been crunching for a while. I really, really hope that you get a vacation or break at least at some point here coming up. Because I know you all are living probably in that studio, but I don't know how much you hear it from your community, but your community greatly appreciates you and everyone there. So just want to say that. But anyways, yeah, so it looks like bundles are getting extended. So that's pretty fucking cool. So we actually will be able to do some phase one giveaways this weekend too. So now I wonder if they changed any of the other ones. I doubt it, but I wonder if that's the only thing they brought the website down for, was to update some of those. No, as of right now, it looks like the other packages, their dates have not changed. So, but no, this is cool. I was, well, shit, I didn't have to do this early morning stream then. So, but yeah, we get a little extra time to get you into to November 8th testing. Actually, you can join all the way again through November 30th and get instant access, which is really pretty fucking cool. Got Hulk on the TV right now. Servers must be good to extend it, hopefully. We were having a lot of, you were on PTR. I mean, you got to see what it was like. Sweet, I got mad vet builds right now. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, it looks like we'll be able to get people in, which is pretty fucking cool. So we'll, again, we turn all of this, bits, subs, ad revenue, all that shit gets turned back into keys. So we'll be doing that this whole weekend. So, you know, Extra Life, for those of you who don't know Extra Life, it benefits children's hospitals. Typically Intrepid has a team for their own, Intrepid team that you can join. I think that with everything going on, they're not going to actually, they usually do a 24-hour stream for Extra Life. My understanding is they're still going to do that, but not actually not this weekend, not on the actual Extra Life date. Cause that, you know, they're kind of busy. They got a little bit of shit going on, right? You know, a little busy. So, if you're at Subway, what sub would you get? Me? Shit, I don't even know what they serve, man. I've not been to Subway. Last time I went to Subway, I did my residency training at Vanderbilt, and one of their children's hospital had a Subway in it. And that's probably the last time I ever went to Subway. And even then I didn't go to Subway, I went to Taco Bell. Great news for the ones that have phase one key. Yeah. Those who are still waiting a little bit, you know, have a little bit extra time, which is nice to be able to get in. Should have seen last night's stream. He alive. I think I might have missed something there on that conversation. Is this the official Alpha waiting room? I think so. We're all just kind of hanging. It's going to be a bit, right? We got, oh shit, it's 9:45. We got to do the key. Sorry. My bad. All right, guys, I'm going to be closing. We're going to be closing this down. So, I'm going to count down. Give you just a second. If you're just now joining us, you're probably not going to be able to join. But do not worry. We're going to open up some more stuff this weekend now that we get to actually extend out our. Actually, you know what? I plan to kind of be around here for the next 3 hours. We might just do another one at 12:30 Central Time as well. And you know, we've been able to give quite a bit back. So, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and oh wait, yeah, somebody just added in, and 1. All right, close away. So here, let me move myself or make myself smaller or something. I need to be a better streamer. All right, that's good enough. So again, the rules are very simple. I'm going to draw, and hey, that Eddie, do not worry. We're going to open up another one here as soon as we close this one. So yeah, we're going to open up another that we'll probably draw in about 3 hours. So just hang with me for a minute. We'll get it started. Sorry, something just went off in my head. All right, so rules are simple. Just going to draw this. We do this over PayPal, so you're going to have to connect with me. So if you do win, then you need to make sure your DMs are open in Twitch, because that's usually how I'm getting a hold of you. And you have to be here. So last time Sunday we did this, unfortunately, we went through like 4 people that weren't here. So hopefully that does not happen. Also, funnily enough, I was asking people to help me make sure the person was present, and I don't know that that's the smart thing to do, especially when you have other people trying to get a key. But all right, I should probably quit rambling, and we will draw the winner. So this will also pop up in chat. And it is, shit, I can't even say your name. Blausen something something. I'm going to say BL. Are you here? If you're here, you need to hit me up. I'm going to give you just a few short seconds to see if you're here. Are we here? Does anybody, I need to hear you in chat. I am not seeing this person. All right, we're going to do 10 seconds. And if I do not see you in the chat, we're going to move on, because that is part of the rules. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, we're done. We're going to draw. We are going to draw to the next one. So, all right, draw another winner. Here we go. Oh shit, Mr. Leamington, you've been hanging out. You've been hanging out for a bit. I'm pretty sure you're here. Are you here? Sure as shit. Hope you're here. You're not the one that wanted to go take a shower, are you? You're here. I see you in chat, right? All right, Mr. Leamington. You want to recap? We're going to do more, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, Leamington's here. All right, guys. I'm going to hit you real quick while we're waiting. And we're going to start a new one up too. So let me real quick send Leamington a message, and then we're going to quickly get into another. I'll post another stream or another giveaway. So, all right. Who's the dude that said you were friends? Did I miss something? There's something about being a friend. Who was? Did I miss something here? Sorry, guys. You know, I require you to be here just because I want to engage with you, and I want to try to prevent bots as much as possible, if that makes sense. So, you know, that's why we do what we do. I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass, but Silder, hey, send me a message, Silder, when you get a chance. All right. Yeah, send me just it's going to take me a minute, Silder, but send me a message, okay? All right. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to make this disappear while I start a new shit. What was I going to do? All right, we're going to start a new giveaway. Watched your podcast recently. Yeah, the Ashen Forge. We've been doing that for a very, very long ass time. We've been doing the Ashen Forge for 7 years. We do take some breaks, so we've only, I think we're going to be closing in on 150 shows this Sunday. But yeah, the Ashen Forge, we do Sundays, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, here on this channel with Diggs and the Neurotoxin guy. No, just Oh, wait. Phantom X curriculum. No, Mr. Leamington, just chat with me on Twitch. I just sent you a. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Shit. I just realized I'm in Phantom X and not in Theory Forge. I have streamer.bot actually running the Theory Forge account. So I'm on Phantom X AF, and I sent you a message. So work with me through there. You play with which class? Cleric. Cleric all the way. Cleric all the way. Actually, is Planendorf still here? Because we were talking about some feedback. The class resource that we have, I think I referred to it as the cleric special sauce or the secret sauce. I really dislike that we have to choose that with our very first skill point. I don't know. I really dislike that. I don't know. So I hope we can maybe think about changing that. I honestly dislike that you have to actually choose it with a skill point. So sorry, just sending a message. Any suggestions for finding a guild? I want to get into a competitive guild well before launch. I guess that depends on your server. So within the Ashes Discord, and I think also within the Ashes of Creation website, you're going to see a shit ton of guilds that are recruiting. I would just sort by most recent and just start to look there. I'm in Genesis on Vira. I am not sure if we're still recruiting or not, but if you certainly want to look into Genesis with me, send me a DM on Discord. Again, I'm Phantom X on Discord, AFAN TMX, and I can kind of see where we're at within my guild. For those who have been in alpha, what system are you running? Performance. So I have a 7950 3D AMD processor. I have a 4060 Ti. I also have 128 gigs of RAM. I can run Ultra and I get about 30 FPS. If I turn down to medium, that jumps up to 60. There certainly are people that have been running there are people who have been running. Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out here. Ultra on 60 FPS. So it just sort of depends. But that's what I've been running on. I need to put in the specs somewhere. So that you can actually I should do that with a command. So Sildor, yeah, just send me a DM on Discord. All right, let me get this in real quick. And then we'll start a new one so that y'all can we can do another draw here in a little bit. All right. I don't know if anyone has actually the minimum specs link. If you could, I think I have it turned on to where you can post links, I'm pretty sure. So hold on, just finishing this shit up. Sorry, got real quiet there. All right, all good. So let us get started with creating a new one. Thank you, Hades. Yes, there are your system requirements. We do have a large variety of people that are running on very different systems, and they all seem to be going very well. So I think as long as you meet those minimum specs, now you might have to turn down your settings, but all right. Who moved to Riverlands? Somebody moved to Riverlands. Yeah, y'all can control the map behind me, by the way. So all right, I'm getting another giveaway started here. We'll do that in about 2.5 hours. How do you download the game for November 8th wave? It's going to be a minute. Yeah, they'll send you the link. Yeah, there also probably a link posted in the Discord as well. All right, we will be. All right, so we're going to say Friday. I probably should put the date in to be fair so that everyone knows that it's today. And we'll say, when should we draw this? Maybe at 12:30 p.m. Central Time? I think we'll do that. That'll give some people time to kind of join and get in if they want. Yes, 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Must be present. I get to remove this. I actually had put in the whole important in order to get into the test, you must buy the package, blah, blah, blah. We can remove that now, actually. Thank you, Intrepid. Let me set the image, and I don't have to change the image because it's still the same phase, which is really fucking cool. Sorry. Oh yeah, you're finding the zoom. Yeah, you can zoom in, you can zoom out. You can move to any of the major locations. All right, making sure I got this correct. Ashes of Creation. All right, guys, and then I will post this on the, I'll get it put up on OBS as well. All right, 11/1, Friday, 12:30 p.m. Central. All right, there we go. New giveaway is live. Let me get it actually put up on the stream. All right, should be there. Yeah, actually, it's showing people are entering. So, actually, what is going on? So, is the giveaway behind? Oh, you know what's happening? The giveaway is behind the map. There we go. Giveaway should not be behind the map. All right, guys. So the next giveaway is live. So we are ready to go. 12:30 p.m. So that is going to be in about 2.5 hours. So, is there a limit of tickets? Yes, there is. I think it's 20. But all right, minimum requirements are different on Ashes Wiki than on, I don't know what website that is. I can't wait for the persistent section of the testing. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we all wait for, right? Sorry, all of a sudden y'all are putting in all these tickets, so I've lost my chat. I need to figure out how to do this better. Because now I was going to respond to some of you, and it's all, I'm not like complaining at all, so that's not what I'm trying to do. But now it's all streamed, Eric, running away from me. Yeah, the map thing. So somebody asked about that. So if you go to the rewards thing, it's the road goes ever on, and you just have to put in the location on the map you want to go. So that's at the bottom there in the info section. So you can go to Frostgrave, Riverlands, Dunes and Kill, Sand Squall, and it'll move the map around. I do actually want to change this a little bit and add the actual current Alpha 2 map and sort of choose things. But it's quite a bit of programming that it has to go into that. So I just haven't done it yet. We've been streaming a whole lot, so I will say that we have. I have a typical job, and well, not typical, but I have a job. So we've been streaming. Most of my free time has been in streaming rather than trying to update some of this stuff. So I'm gonna have to figure that out if I can when I have time to do some shit. So what else did I see? There are people on laptops playing this game. Yep, like I said, depending on your settings, there's quite a lot of people doing a lot of different stuff. Ultra performance. So I will say, if you have a 4000 series NVIDIA card and turn it on DLSS, has been incredibly helpful. I'm going to post, let me see if I can hold on. Let me find this post. There was something I saw in Reddit as well that apparently does help with the video settings, how it looks, sort of your presentation. Because I think a lot of people were complaining about not being super looking super stunning. You know, if you have a 4000 series NVIDIA card, you can use DLSS. And so that actually does improves things quite a bit. But here was this link. What's this? Just confirm my account has a key. No download window yet. Yeah. Resolution was lowered on AMD cards for whatever reason. Yeah, so I'm going to post this in here. I don't know if this will help people. But we did have there was a Reddit post about how you can possibly make things look a little bit better. So you can check that out and see if you don't have DLSS. I have no idea what it does performance-wise. So take that for what it, I do think the responses seem to indicate that it was pretty helpful. Do you want me just to move myself like in the corner if people are going to start playing around with the map? I don't know. I feel like if you're going to play around with the map, you probably want to be able to see the map. So, Maverick, you actually have to do the command. So I can show you. If you do road goes ever on, it'll ask you for a prompt. If you put in frost, that should then move. There we go. That will move us to the Frostgrave Fells. So you can zoom in and out as well. So. All right, guys, we have, how much time we have? We have, it's 10 thank you for the cheers, Grux. Appreciate you. Again, everything we do is just getting turned right back around into keys for you all. So we've now given away 4. We gave away 3 on Sunday, 1 today. We'll do another one today. Probably after the noon, 12:30 today. We won't do any more for Friday. And then we'll just plug into Saturday for Extra Life and do some there. Ocean looks cool. Yeah. All right, it's 10:04. So servers go live in 5 hours. So this was when things were going to go live. And they've delayed for 5 hours. So we have officially about 5 hours, assuming there's no more delays. 12:30 Central. Oh shit, you're asking me about time zones. I don't know. CET. I mean, I can Google it. Let me see. Google 12:30 CST to what was it again? CET. Google says that is 6:30 p.m. Central European time, if that helps. The only time I do actually know the time difference between EU players are so screwed. Why are they screwed? Are you talking about for giveaway? I mean, that's not like in the middle of the night, right? Are you just talking about work, or I don't know why EU players are screwed? We'll do one tomorrow morning, 10 p.m. here. Where are you at? Because I know it's a 6-hour difference from us to at least over to like London. Because I listen to BBC Radio 1 all the time. So, Lucar, I appreciate the tier 1. I appreciate that. Appreciate all of you. Where are you at, Tony? What is it, 10 p.m.? We'll start at almost midnight over here. Ashes with Ape. At 12:30 Central Time? Because I guess I don't know where you're at. I mean, it was 6:30 p.m. I just put it in Central European time. So, random viewer. It's a good name. Very good name. Oh, are we talking about? Oh, I think I'm really fucking confused. Are you talking about when the server opens? Because I'm talking about the key giveaway. Sorry, I think we're actually we're in 2 different streams here of thought. So sorry. Yeah. So the servers. Okay, I think that's what you're talking about. Server starting. Yeah. Sorry. That's where we were. Not. Okay. Now the things you are saying about it being 12 p.m. Sorry, midnight, 11 p.m. start to make much more sense to me. What's up, Shipples? 10 p.m. Thailand. So I guess yes, you guys are talking about server opening. I was actually referring to the keys going live, or sorry, the giveaway. So just two different trains I thought there. Glad we could work that up through chat or work that out. Barely did last week. They take too long to check. I don't know what we're referring to. Hydrate. I just hydrated, right? I need to do it again? For some reason that sand. Oh, are you trying to move the map, Hades? You got to use the reward command. When does server open? 3 p.m. Pacific time right now. It got delayed by 5 hours, so they're in there trying to fix stuff. The PTR should be brought up in about 1.5 hours. So I can't stream the PTR to you all, but we can certainly see. I assume there's going to be quite a bit of patch notes. So I can actually put that up behind me. Well, are y'all going to keep playing with the map, or can I put up something behind me? Because if I put this up, then the map will go away. So that's fine. We can put the map away and bring it back up here a little bit later. So here's been your. I'm sure some of you might have already seen. Sorry, seen some of this. Hold on, let me get it brought back up. Oh shit, that's really small. There, that's better. Let me make myself smaller. All right, so these have been the PTR notes. So this is kind of how the progression of this week has gone. I think some of this is on Twitter, so I don't know how much of this you have already seen, but you're going to see actually every day that the patch notes get bigger. So they've been putting a lot in. Probably the biggest things that they've done this week, mounts are faster, number one. Number two, they put in Samia's Hope as a new respawn location. Maverick, I appreciate you. Thank you for the cheer. Yeah, as far as typing them out, yeah, there's this sort of nebulous. We're not allowed. It's a visual NDA, right? But we don't have. But verbally, like we can talk about it and type, and we can write about it. So there's this sort of nebulous part about. I think there have been some places on Twitter that have just screenshotted the Discord, and so we're not really sure. Like, is that okay? Is that not okay? Wow, my screen's just flickered again. That has not happened in a minute. And I do actually have the launcher up, so I don't know if that was that or not. I've seen someone else post the Discord. Yeah, so it's like unclear, and I don't want to do anything to get wrong, to get in trouble. So rather than just like screenshot a potentially NDA Discord, I just type them out. So, but the other, Samia's Hope's the other big thing that has happened. So that will hopefully help quite a bit with our queues. Now, when I logged in over the week with PTR, it did not give me an option to choose whether I went to Samia's Hope or Lionhold. I don't know if that's something that'll get patched in today. Certainly, as soon as they post the patch notes, we will read them out for today, and I assume there will be some patch notes. Actually, assume once they post. Well, actually, once we get to 3 p.m. and they actually open up. I keep using actually a lot, don't I? And they open up the servers. There will probably be some patch notes then too for everyone else. But yeah, that starting location was huge. So, but you can see here. So Monday was largely about network improvements. And then we go into Tuesday. They added some commodity vendors, so that should be helpful for those of you that are going to the desert, into the tropics. They added a character limit to chat messages. Apparently, I did not know they didn't have that. I'd rather get banned than live my life in fear. Yeah, maybe you would, Grux, but I've been following this game for 7 years, and I don't want to see 7 years of my life sort of go, down. Can you stream the audio of the PTR? That's an interesting question. I am not going to push that button. So maybe I'll ask, but I don't know why you just want to hear the audio. I certainly you aren't wanting to hear the AI voices, right? Because those still need quite a bit of work. What is this? What are your thoughts about Rings of Power? You're really having some really difficult questions for me today. I know people dislike. I know there's a lot of folks who necessarily didn't like Rings of Power. I like stories, so um, sorry. The map is currently hidden behind. I gotta remove that fucking on-screen celebration. Um, I don't know what you want me to do. I mean, I can dance a little bit, but you know, I'm not really set up for that. Can we have access to this PDF? I'm not really gonna. Probably, I would rather you just watch what I'm typing out. I'll leave it there. Um, shit. Oh, we were talking about Rings of Power. I just like story, so I actually don't mind Rings of Power, but I get it why some people just really disliked it. I actually have not watched season 2 yet, though, so no spoilers, please. Although well, no spoilers. I know the story pretty well at this point. All of the years of my life, I've read those books probably a dozen plus times. AOC Live podcast. For me, for the team, Intrepid, which one? Intrepid's next dev stream will be sometime in November, probably towards the end. Um, so we don't know yet when it will be. We do have Thanksgiving though over here in the States, so it's probably going to be before Thanksgiving, would be my guess. I have to admit, the Penguin on Max is good. That's another one I wanted to watch that I've just not had time. Going to work, coming home, I got a beautiful, wonderful wife. I got beautiful, wonderful kids. And, even fitting in streaming has been challenging. So I've been kind of burning it. What do they say? Burning at both ends. NPTR, AOC Live podcast. I can't show you anything. Yeah, in the PTR. Unfortunately, it's all under a visual NDA. We can talk about it, but can't show you anything. So, and they do ban people. We actually had a couple of folks that went live with the pre-alpha 2, and yeah, they got banned. So do not want to do anything that pisses off Intrepid. So I have too much into this at this point. 7 years of my life. Be kind of shitty actually to have 7 years in your life and they get banned like literally as Alpha 2 starts. Call by call color commentary. Color commentary like baseball on radio. Watching season 1. Yeah, I've seen season 1. I just haven't watched season 2 yet. So I'm also behind on a lot of shows. But yeah, I've been trying to stream a lot more. So I appreciate everyone that hangs out with me, but my schedule's fucked, right? So Monday, so during the weekday, I'm typically 8:30 to 11:30 p.m. Central Time, and then once we get to the weekend, that switches to, I think 5. I'll probably start around 5:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. So, yeah, my schedule's been all over the freaking place. So, that's cool. It's been fun. I've had a lot of fun sort of hanging out with everybody. Get banned. Nope. No, thank you. No, thank you. Are you a software engineer? Nope. I am interested in a lot of that though. I like to learn stuff that I'm curious about. So, but no, I am not a software engineer. Warhammer MMO, where PvP is specifically not encouraged. Most lovely. We talk about love. Yeah, I have a great family. So, got to be for them. Basically a ban is a divorce. Yeah. That's part of why I start so early on Saturday, Sunday. I'll still stream 5 to 7 hours, but that gives me the rest of the day to hang out with my wonderful family. So, all right, back to these PTR notes. Yeah, so the character limit, I think that was actually causing potentially some crash issues. There were people that were getting spawning with corruption, even if they died with 0 corruption. So if you accidentally logged into the world with corruption, that no longer is a problem, hopefully. Yeah, so I'm not going to read all this out to you, but you can see the mini map, the main map, which has been a pretty common point of feedback, that your main map, not necessarily the mini map, but the main map has been kind of a pain in the ass to work with. Zooming in, zooming out, it's not been super good. They have actually improved that quite a bit. So you're going to see this was the first set of updates that has gotten much better. The map in PTR looks much, much better. So you can zoom in and out without any problem, which is great. Interestingly, though, now there's like a mini map bug where the icons looked huge. So, you know, one thing for another, but it's just maps, right? We can get around. Planetdorf, yeah, people were crashing themselves by pasting the whole B movie script into their chat. That's fucking hilarious. Who does that? Like, how do you even get the thought in your head? Hey, I'm going to post the whole B movie script into chat. Like, who does that? I want to meet the people that think to do shit like that. I feel like that's something that QI would, or your quality people wouldn't even think to do. Or maybe they do. Hell, shit, I don't know. I feel like spawning with corruption should be the norm. Yeah, corruption's real, man. Corruption is not a joke. I've actually killed a couple of corrupted players. You know, you definitely drop items. When we logged in Friday, this is my little corruption story. So which is kind of funny because we've actually on our show, the Ashen Forge, we talked a lot about corruption. We've talked a lot about sort of the new player experience and PvE crowd, and you know, how would they feel if they logged in and got killed. The reality is, you know, through all of this testing, I've not been killed again. You know, I've not had people just sit there and you know, PK me and grief me. That's just hasn't happened. Except for Richie SH. Richie SH can be a little bit of a pain in the ass, and he would kill me. And sometimes it would actually be Rive Genesis, who's also on YouTube, would create characters named Richie and then kill me so that I would think it was Richie. But outside of those two, PKing has really not been a problem. So I think people will be okay with. Actually, if anything, when you're running through Vera, it's been much more collaborative. I mean, you can join groups and ask people to join up, and they do. But when we logged in Friday, I was stuck. Nothing worked. I couldn't get out. I was stuck in an orgy of people trying to log in, and we had at that point already had, you know, people telling us, you know, don't log out. The queue is, you know, the queue's a mess right now. And so the only way I was able to get out of that was by going corrupted. So I started hitting everyone around me. And then eventually a guard killed me because I was corrupted. And then we respawned some random place. And I actually did lose, I think, one or two of my, I think it was two starter pieces, you know, which is not terrible to replace. But even that little bit, you know, I lost shit. I feel bad for the people that I started that I accidentally killed. So, but that was all right. I'm going to remove this celebration shit. You keep on screen celebration. I don't know. Tell me what to do. All right. I'm going to figure out how I can go in. All right. FOMA, don't make me time you out. That's the queue was a mess because people were stuck. Never ending cycle. Yeah. Like I said, I think there was a bug where the queue actually went up, not down. That's, I think, been fixed. Never been banned, divorced twice. Makes me a great player and an asshole husband, probably. U.S. Navy has beta testing by sailors. The things we did break systems to just see if we could. It was so fun. Sounds like it. Have you no honor? I don't know. What do you mean, have I no honor? No honor in what? All right, I'm going to look at if I can remove that. Shit, I'll figure that out later. All right, almost 10:30. The map thing is currently blocked by these patch notes. So let me finish this and then we will move on to, I'll bring the map back up. So, so here, you know, there was this issue for AMD users. They've added options in the screen percentage so that there's some improvements overall. Most of this is just going to be your networking, your client performance. But you can see here on 30th. So on Wednesdays when we actually had Simia's Hope added, secondary starting area. It is to the east of where you've been starting, but it's actually not that far away. So I ran around in there a little bit on Wednesday just to see what it was like. We also had I think it was Tuesday. So this little patch here, we were testing drops. around Carfin and around Steelbloom. That's kind of what we did Tuesday. Saw a video on Asmongold's channel. It called out Mr. Beast for not paying the bill for curing people of blindness. On the Ashes Nexus website, we can see a node in the tropics and one in the desert. And now they've added some vendors. Yeah, they're starting to slowly add stuff. Is it possible that these two nodes are already implemented? I mean, I think there's definitely more than we're seeing, right? You know, even though it's all performance right now, I mean, they have it's above 200 people. I assume it's closing down on 250 employees. You know, so they have, they have their live ops people getting ready for the server, but they have a lot of people still creating content. You know, do they have do they have all of the desert created? Probably not, but I'm sure they have more content than what we've seen. I really want to get this, but I'm choosing paying rent over it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I know 120 is not cheap. You know, if something does change, we did this morning, they've extended the time to get into phase 1. So it was supposed to end at 11 a.m. this morning Pacific time. They've actually extended that to the end of the month. So you can still get into phase 1 by the end of the month. So we'll see. We're going to do some stuff this weekend for Extra Life. We will, to try to get people in next weekend with us. Do you remember the key winner name? I want to see what archetype they're going to play. Yeah, it was Leamington, Mr. Leamington. The smart choice. Oh, are you talking about the extending the keys? Yeah, I think so. I was, because the timing was kind of bad with just with Extra Life being here. What will be my focus of testing? Mayorship? No, I am not a mayor. I am by no means the mayor you want to follow. I will largely just be grinding, basically. So my main is a cleric, so I'm going to be healing anybody that needs heals. Cleric's been fun. I will say playing a cleric, doing the heals has been a lot of fun. You know, we had some pretty difficult content Sunday morning. That was a lot of fun to heal. I will probably, I'm also a crafter process. You know, I'll probably do some stuff with processing and crafting and harvesting. The problem last weekend with that was just that a lot of the resources that you need, the harvestables, were strip mined. Basically, there were so many new people in that you couldn't find anything. So I think the respawn rates of your harvestables was just not synced very well with the number of players that were in game playing. So, but I will say, actually, if we go down to these PTR notes, where'd it go? I don't know, somewhere in here, they actually changed that. Let me find where. Oh, here you go. Under economy. Increase the number of tier 1 gatherable spawns. So that should hopefully be much better this weekend, so that people can come in and actually start doing a little bit of the harvesting, processing, and crafting. I probably will not do any sort of crafting at this point, just because crafting is actually quite complex. And my guild Genesis, I think, already has some people that are set aside for that. So I'll probably just try to push stuff up to them. But yeah, actually the guild leader of Genesis, Rive, is the mayor of Winstead on Vira. So, you know, what's been really fun to see, because we actually, you know, we know most of the mayors. But like you have Rive up on Winstead, you have Crerian from Jamie Chaos's group is the mayor over Miraleth. And you actually have a lot of these groups of people working together to sort of figure out what they want to build out, which has actually been kind of fun to see, that collaboration. So where do I get materials for tailoring? There's flax and stuff around. It's actually really hard to see. You know, another point of feedback that I would give is a lot of the resources are easy to miss. So you have to be very close for them to actually pop up to where you can notice that you can harvest. You know, I would prefer to see them sort of the resource actually appear in your targeting, similar to an NPC. You know, I don't think that would break anything. I don't think that would go against any sort of um, um, immersion. Because I mean, if if your character can see it, they should know what it is. But right now, it's not like that, so it's very easy to miss some of the resources. You have to really be very, very close for them to even harvest them. So, New Ayla will be the best node in Riverlands on the long term since it borders 3 biomes. That's true. Has access to the desert biome. Maybe you can see them on the mini map with higher gathering stills. Maybe I don't. Well, I don't know that I mean, somebody already has a map with the harvestables, right? I'm forgetting the name of the website. It's AOC something or other. I can't remember. There's a website that has the world map and has a lot of the locations of stuff there. They also did this. They increased the max size of bags as you go up in your certification, which is pretty nice. AOC Codex, yes, that's what it is. AOC Codex has a map with a lot of that stuff on it. So hope I can log in before raid time tonight. Miss my cleric. Cleric's the shit, man. Cleric is the best class. Planendorf, please continue to make it even more OP. It would help to know if you can farm the mat. It only pops up in the targeting screen. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, is you'll see something in the distance. And sometimes they look very similar, and it'll be something that's a higher certification than what you have. That's actually one of the funnier parts of last weekend. Like all of the tier 1 stuff was just gone. And the everything that there was mining stuff available, but it was all like higher certification. So nobody could, I couldn't harvest it, which, and a couple of them look very close together, like basalt and emeralds tends to have a very similar skin, sort of how it looks. And so I frequently would try to run, and you can harbor basalt, or you can harvest basalt as tier 1, but you can't emerald. So I was frequently running up to things and realizing, shit, I can't do this. And the copper, I think, actually looks very similar to another one of the metal nodes. So, but hey, in pre-alpha, we had an issue where the nodes would actually not nodes, the harvestables would not despawn after they were harvested. So you would actually run up and go through the whole process, and it would not, you wouldn't get anything because it was actually a ghost, like a ghost resource. So it's good that that's gone. That was probably more of a pain in the ass. What is everyone's plan? Archetype duos for game release. Rogue Summoner. That Rogue Summoner will be fun. Ranger Summoner. Mine's going to be the Templar model, so that's going to be Cleric / Fighter. I actually really like the Fighter. The Fighter's been fun to play as well, which surprised me. I wasn't really sure that I would like the Fighter. I'm not typically usually I'm not a huge pure melee upfront kind of person. Planendorf can't got a buff Bard first. Really? Buff the Bard? I'm sure that's a joke, but yeah, Bard is probably, so the current conversation, I think, is which is more OP, the Bard or the Cleric? And I think most people will probably tell you that the Bard is. The Bard's a lot of fun to play. Bard has a lot of movement associated with it. A lot of movement in the combat, which is really is a lot of fun to sort of be able to kind of fly around and run around as you're in combat. So, the Cleric can also move some, but your movement is greatly slowed down as you move while you're casting. So, but I do like the fact that we can actually move, though. One of the updates I'm most excited to see in the future is NPC ambient behavior. Yeah, that definitely will add a lot more to the world. The AI also needs a little bit of improvement, but if you can get that and you can get the AI speech down, it's going to feel and look a lot better. They've already started adding some AI stuff to the NPCs. You have some NPCs that will buff themselves. They will heal themselves. They will try to interrupt you. So there are some very fun, interesting encounters that you can have. When in doubt, buff tanks. I think if you talk to some of the tanks, they would agree with you. So would it be hard? Oh, I just missed that. Would it be hard to implement gathering nodes in the minimap like it was on WoW? I think that's my personal preference is that we would not have that, but I don't know. Or you do tie it into sort of higher certifications. I don't think there's any plans to make them visible on the mini map. So, um, loving the Bard at the moment. Plan to be a blade dancer soon. Yeah, the Bard is probably of all the design that's been done, the Bard I think has been probably the most well received. Um, I'm really curious to see how the Ranger ends up because I feel like Intrepid's been adding their own flair to some of these pretty standard classes, right? The tank and the fighter and the cleric, the Ranger. So I'm really curious to see what they do for the rogue, and then I'm really curious to see the summoner. The summoner actually has me most interested. Um, kind of all the different stuff they can do and why they needed to stand up the I don't know if Planendorf can give us a hint, but Steven said we had Steven on the Ashen Forge a couple of Sundays ago. We did ask him sort of, what was more of the more difficult parts of the summoner and kind of what they've had to do. And he of course mentioned they had to stand up the pet system before they could work on the summoner, which makes sense, you're summoning stuff. But he also said that they had to stand up the mount system before they could really start working on the summoner. So, I'm really curious what you can summon that is sort of mount related. Um, that's something that I'm super, super curious to see what that ends up being. But it's going to be a while. We will not see the summoner until phase 3, which is all the way, May of 25. And we might not see summoner at the start either. Just sort of depends on where they get. Rogue is a must. Yeah, there's a lot of rogue players out there. So I am really curious to see what their spin is. When are servers up? Servers go up at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So we're just kind of hanging out, chatting, looking at patch notes and some other stuff. A spider horse that climbs walls. That's an interesting mount, actually. I would probably do that. I think it's because mounts will have skills too and possibly options to have them follow you or stay at a location. Notes link. Let me do a little bit more secure. Yeah, you know what? That's actually I can probably start putting the notes link into streamer.bot. So let me actually figure this. Hold on. That's a good idea. Let me go to share. All right. Hold up. Let me do this real quick. Shit, when do these go to? The 30th, I think. All right. I think this should be good. All right, let me get this into streamer.bot. I'll start having it send around the notes and chat. So just takes me a real quick second to actually get this all plugged in. Won't take super long. And we'll send it both Twitch and YouTube, I think. Again, it's debatable whether or not we can I'm very hesitant to actually take screenshots of the Discord of this. That's why it's currently on Google Docs. Technically we have a visual NDA. I don't know how much of that applies to Discord. I just don't want to ride that gray area and sort of do something wrong. So I mean, the visual obviously is for gameplay, but I think it is kind of technically, I guess, an NDA Discord. So that's why I've not been. I know there's some actual screenshots out there, but I've been staying away from screenshotting, because I just don't want to do anything that's not entirely okay. So all right, this should start. Oh shit! What did I just do? All right, this should start actually. All right, streamer.bot should start sending around the link for the patch notes. Um, actually, is there another two? Let me real quick. Sorry, we got time, right? We got what? How much fucking time do we got? We got 2 hours before the key draw. We got shit. 4.5 hours till we can actually even go up live on the server. How important is it to see the exact words? I mean, I think it's important, right? I mean, I think you can change a lot of what this says in the patch notes if you make some interpretations. So, all right, we got that going. That'll start coming through streamer.bot. So since I've done that, I'm actually going to get us off of. I'll get us back to the map so you can play around with the map a little bit if you want. So there you go. I can probably also put it in here. Well, shit, that's going to take me some time. So I'll work on that later to where I can just do a command for it. But I don't want to bother. I don't want to bore you all to death. So, yep, there you go. There's the map coming back up. So the map thing is the fun part. Actually, yeah, that's coded in like JavaScript, C#. There's a lot. Streamer. Damn, I got to make myself small again, don't I? Just made myself big, but you probably would rather see the map than me. There, that's about as small as I'll make myself. Hydrate, thank you. The map's fun. I'm gonna try to update this over the weekend or the next week to actually be the the Alpha 2 map rather than what this is now. Water. I don't have water sitting with me. I'll have to get up to get water. I needed stuff with caffeine this morning, so we had coffee and that. And it's too early to drink any Blue Moon, so so we're doing what we got. Don't worry, I do drink water though. Yeah, err on the side of caution always. Yeah, I mean, Plandorf, I'm not here to like piss people off, right? So, yeah, I'm not really even retweeting the whole screenshot stuff. So, this is verbal. Text is considered verbal. Yeah, I mean, IOC bound. Yeah, again, I think there's sort of this gray area, right? So you know, is it really that much harder to copy paste stuff into a Google Doc? Not really. You know, so at least at that point, I'm not necessarily taking a screenshot of a Discord. So again, you're probably right. I think, but without clear instructions, I'm just doing it this way. So are mounts ever meant to be used in battle? Yeah, you can write into, yeah, their mounts are going to also have skills. So they actually, that's the other thing they did add. So they increased mount speed, but then they also added a dash ability. And I do not remember off the top of my head how long the dash lasts. It's a 30-second cooldown, but you do have a dash ability on your mount now, which will be nice to get away from shit that's trying to kill you, because the monsters actually do have quite a long leash. So, will this weekend's tests look more stable and have less mob evade bugs, floating mobs? I think that's the goal, but you never know till we get in there, right? You just never know until we're actually playing around. You know, I felt like PTR, you know, as the week went long, a week went on, I had, you know, I still had some disconnections, but as far as performance, it felt better for sure. You know, I didn't really have any big performance issues. Like I said, last weekend we had a big problem with VRAM. There were some bugs going around. Interestingly, it seemed to be people that had AMD processors but NVIDIA video cards, and there was sort of this issue with the game maximizing your VRAM, and that was causing issues. That actually seems a lot better. The VRAM usage seems to have improved quite a bit as they've added more and more performance stuff into this. So, how many more hours until servers go live? Servers go live at 3 p.m. Pacific. That is in 4 hours and 19 minutes. 4 hours and 19 minutes. We'll see if there's any other delays Wait, 6 hours. What am I? Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry. I'm God damn it. I'm getting freaking time zones in my head messed up. I was trying to answer questions earlier about European time, and that's too many fucking time zones. There you go. Maverick just put it in there. So it's yeah, 3 p.m. Pacific. Translate that over to whatever that is 5 p.m. my time, so 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, my brain is a little fried right now with trying to convert time zones so very often, and I've not seen anything to suggest that they're going to delay that anymore. Again, we're also waiting on the PTR for today is supposed to go live. When was that? 9:30 Pacific time. So that is in about 45 minutes is when the PTR is supposed to come up. Now I can't stream you the PTR. There is a visual NDA, but hopefully there'll be some PTR, some notes, some patch notes, and so we'll kind of get to go through some of the patch notes as they get posted. I assume there'll also be patch notes for the start of just the live servers to today, that they'll probably post some of that into the Alpha 2 channels. Who has access to the PTR? The PTR. So here's how you will know. If you had access to pre-alpha testing, so the cutoff is if you had access to pre-alpha testing, pre-alpha 2 testing, then you have access to the PTR. People that came on with Alpha 2 do not have access currently to the PTR. Holy shit, Vladis. Vladis is the man. What's up, Vladis? We got a lot of raiders coming in. I appreciate y'all. Vladis is absolutely fucking the boss. So Vladis is for those of you who don't know Vladis, I'm sure most of you do at this point. Vladis is a absolutely fucking amazing content creator for Ashes of Creation. Been doing this a long time. He does a lot of live streams. He does 1v1 a lot with community members. He actually just did it with Steven for show 100. It was a really, really, really fucking cool interview. So yeah, click his name, go sub to his, go follow his channel. He's on YouTube as well. Actually, what is your Vladis? What is it Vladis Gaming on YouTube? I'm trying to make sure I don't say the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure it's Vladis Gaming, right? Yes, Vladis Gaming. So go Vladis Gaming on YouTube. Go do it right now. Go do it right now. Sub to him. Sub to Vladis. He's also again on Twitch. So go hang out and sub to him there. Offline setting up his new PC. Oh, fucking cool, man. Yeah, Vladis got a new PC. He's going to get to last weekend. I think there were some issues, right, Vladis, with just being able to run the game and stream at the same time. So getting a new PC to get all that shit running. So he's also on Vira. So I got to play with him on the weekend, actually. So were you, I'm trying to remember what you were. Were you fighter? You were fighter, right? You weren't tank. You were playing fighter when I was grouped with you, I'm pretty sure. Ashes with Ape, I appreciate you. Yeah, we'll be on all weekend. So just kind of watch out. We'll be doing some shit together. So yes, I was fighter. Yeah. Because we died a couple of times, and that's probably my fault as the healer. But that's just Ashes is a difficult game, guys. This is part of why it's even it's going to be even a little bit more challenging as a solo player versus a group. I died a dozen times, maybe more, over the weekend, because the game just gets kind of hard, and it wasn't really even it was not due to PKing, was not due to all right, Vladis, I'll see you around. Was not due to lag or anything. It was a fucking hard game, and I had some polls that didn't really go very well. So keep that in mind as you jump in. Hello, can you play Ashes this weekend? Yes, we certainly can, and we certainly will. Right now, the servers, though, got delayed, so they are not going to go live until 3 p.m. Pacific time. So 10 a.m. was when they were originally going to go. The PTR will come up here in less than an hour, but I can't stream the PTR. So we'll see what the patch notes say, and we'll kind of now again, the PTR doesn't necessarily mean that things are going live into the server right away on today, but I think that will give us a little bit of an idea of what they've been working on for us to have this this weekend. What's up, Warrior? All right, I know I just did this for Lattice. I'm going to do this for Royer as well. If you don't know, I am Royer. Royer is also a very fucking wonderful content creator, so you should also follow him and go hang out with him on Twitch and YouTube. He's actually who you should go to if you ever want to know anything about Twitch and how to set up stuff and make it work. Royer is the person to go to. So yeah, go find him, follow him both places. Oh, and it's Chibi Bree. What's up? I have not talked to you for a bit. I hope you all are getting settled. Chibi is also, god damn, we got a lot of the great. Chibi is also a cleric, so Chibi and Vertec are also some wonderful content creators. They do the Golden Feather Tavern. They unfortunately there was some with the hurricanes and stuff have been knocked offline for a little bit. So, but it's good to see you, Chibi. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to be playing together here sometime soon. Miss your stuff. They do a lot of great community stuff over in the Golden Feather Tavern. They've done RP summits. I joined them for a guild summit. As far as content creators go, Chibi and Vertec probably put more into this than anyone. So yeah, definitely go follow them as well. Wow, we're seeing a lot of the great fucking people this morning. So this community is is a solid community. So if you're new to Ashes and you're just sort of hanging out, joining, I promise you that there's some really, really good people out there. So it's been fun to get to know everyone over the last year or 2 years in the community. Glad to see you streaming. Yeah, I'm trying to be a good streamer. We'll see. I appreciate you for hanging out with us. They extended purchase time. Yeah. So that came today. So the the website went down a little bit ago. And so of course everybody's immediate thought was, oh shit, are they getting DDoSed again already? 5 hours before servers are supposed to go live, but actually they were just updating the website. So yes, they've changed it. So the original phase 1 cutoff was today at 11 a.m. Pacific. That has been extended throughout the entire month. So anytime between now and the end of the month, so I think 11:30, November 30th, you can get access to phase 1 if you want. After that, the soonest you can get in is December 20th. Yeah, I was really happy they extended that. It was unfortunate timing because Extra Life is this weekend, and we were wanting to do some key giveaways, but anything we did Extra Life wise was going to end up being for December 20th, just because of the cutoff time. But that got changed, so that means more of you can get in for phase 1. Now, I will say again, phase 1 is all about bug testing, all about server issues. If you're going to rage quit like Sodapoppin did, then this is probably not something that you're going to want to experience phase 1. I would probably just wait till phase 2. I would potentially even wait till phase 3 if you're really not into testing bugs and giving feedback. So that really is the point of this right now. We're not really, I dislike it when everyone says we're playing the game, we're play testing the game. Basically we're breaking shit so that Intrepid can fix it. Did you ever play Lineage 2 and Enter a Siege? I've only touched a little bit on Lineage 2, so certainly not enough to go into a Siege. But we've obviously heard a lot about how the influence Lineage 2, ArcAge, and all that sort of stuff on Ashes of Creation. Steven, I think, was big into both of those. So ready for all the bugs? Give me alpha. You say that now. No, I'm just kidding. It actually ran okay for me. I think right now, obviously, the biggest thing is just getting people on a stable server so that you can then start working on the other bugs that people find when they're able to stay logged into the game. So If the combat wasn't so good, I'd probably wait till phase 2, to be honest. Yeah, no, combat's great. The best thing about the game right now is combat, which makes sense, right? It tracks. They've been working on combats, 5 years, 6 years. I don't know. That's one of the first things they started working on. With APOC and then moving into Alpha 1. And they've gone through a lot of iterations. And so I actually do think combat's in a very, very solid spot right now, which is good because, again, there's not a lot of content. We have part of Riverlands, and then we have the tropics and the desert where you can more or less sort of PvP. They do have some stuff with commodities. They have some resources in there to fight over. They have some boss mobs in there to fight. But for the most part, that's PvP oriented. So when a lot of your content is grinding plus PvP, I think having solid combat is super important, and they do. And so the comparison I always give is PAX Day. Now they're different games. PAX Day is much more of a life sim, but I think the number one complaint that I heard from people from a gameplay perspective about PAX Day was the combat, and so a lot of people got turned off on the combat. The building was great. I actually think the building systems, some of the crafting systems were really good, but the combat aspects were just not good. And Ashes has sort of taken a different approach, and I think it's paid off. So needs polish, but it's chess, not checkers. At what stage will you be able to pick a subclass? So phase 3 is when they're supposed to start that. They are not going to work on secondary classes and augments until phase 3. Hey, Planetdorf, I appreciate you. I know you're busy, a little bit busy, right? Not like you have anything going on today. So we wish you the best. So subclasses are going to be a while. The earliest we'll see any sort of subclassing is May of 25. So 2005 May is when they're going to open up phase 3. But we have to wait on the rogue and we have to wait on the summoner before they'll even start working on secondaries. Because they have to have everything in. So the rogue will come phase 2. The summoner will come phase 3, and then we can start working on secondaries. The first secondaries that are going to get stood up are going to be cleric and tank. So those are going to be your first secondaries that you'll get to play around with. Interestingly enough, on the roadmap that they presented, there's actually a lot missing from the roadmap. So I don't know why that is, but they do only list the cleric and the tank. They don't list any of the others. So we'll see. Do you get to install the client sent to your mailbox at the moment, or are you allowed to join? Wait, what? Do you get the alpha? Do you get the install client sent to your mailbox at the moment? Join the alpha. Right now, nothing's up. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. PTR comes up here in a little bit, but nothing else is. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. I apologize. Viral ETI giveaway will be in an hour and 35 minutes. We're going to do it 12:30 p.m. Central. So we're going to talk for about an hour and a half more. I am going to probably pop out for a little while. So we'll see if Vladis actually gets back on. We'll return the favor. Actually, the delay in the start of the server helps me. So my wonderful, beautiful daughter has a soccer game today. So I'm going to be logging off here in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, so that I can get ready for that. And then we'll actually, by the time I get back, hopefully the servers will be up. So do you think they could decrease the delay? I mean, I never say never. I don't think that will happen though. If anything, I wonder if that will be extended. It's a little unusual to announce it the day before, and it was also quite a big delay of 5 hours. So they seem to be working on something pretty big for it to be a 5 hour delay. I'm appreciative though that they announced it the day before, not the day of. Yesterday or last Friday, we were all hanging out, just waiting, and it took a bit, because we got delayed. I think they should roll out all secondary classes at the same time. Yeah, that might take a while though. I don't know. Sorry, answering a question. Yeah, I mean, I see why you would say that, but I mean, secondaries are so far away, guys. All right, Chibi, I'll see you around. Thanks for hopping in. Appreciate you. They need to first balance primary classes. Yeah, for sure. You know, and I don't know that they even know when secondary. I don't even know if they know how secondaries are going to work right now. You know, all of that's really just on paper. There's not a lot of, you know, there's obviously not been anything in practice put together. So secondaries are going to be a long time. When does it start? Server starts currently. The plan is for their servers to come up 3 p.m. Pacific time, which is in that's 5 o'clock, about 6 hours. So if you buy, oh yes, so Master Chief puts out a good point. So if you are buying the $120 alpha right now, you are not getting access this weekend. So that is incredibly important for you all to understand. The keys, the $120 keys, do not start until next weekend. So those folks who have bought those keys, you will get to play November 8th. You will not get to play today. The first 2 weekends were for people that had bought in ahead of time. And so you will get to start next weekend. I know that probably sucks, but it'll go fast. You know, and you're not missing a ton. I mean, you'll only have missed about 6 days of play testing, of which many of that was downtime. A lot of that was downtime. So, yeah. So Esker says, yeah, when you buy it, you receive no email yet. So don't get too freaked out. You will not get access today. If you do not already have access. So you'll get access next week. So, you know, let us break the shit down and let them fix it so that hopefully it's a much smoother ride for you all than it was for us last weekend. It's fine. November 8th is still earlier than December 20th. Very, very true. Extremely very true. Really glad they extended it. I'd have to wait till December 20th because payday was a tiny bit too late. Yeah, no, I was, yeah, I'm glad they extended it as well. It also helps with Extra Life very well because that's this weekend. Do we think the PTR is going to be pushed back today? No, I don't think so. I've not had any reason to. Because I assume that part of the 5-hour delay is for them to stand something up and let us test it this morning in PTR and make sure, you know, it doesn't like completely break shit, and so that they can maybe push that to live. So hire me as a paid moderator. Yeah, we're not there yet. We'll see where we end up. Yes, we need to get you guys in there this weekend and iron out all the login connection bugs. Very true. Yeah, last weekend was a little tough. You know, the funniest bug I saw was that queues were going up, not down. And sometimes there was a bug that you had a queue of, you were in position 1 when you weren't, and it just sat in position 1 for a while. So. Reminder to everyone, alpha is about testing, not playing. To cry about unfinished systems and content. They want to see how much time the server can brief before it dies. 100%. That is, yes. We are not playing. We are play testing. So, you know, Stephen put it very well. He wants us to describe to them the problems we're seeing, the bugs, so that, and then they'll go and fix it. So, you know, we have a really good bug reporting tool in the game. But it's only for bugs. So any sort of actual feedback should go in the forums, not in the bugs. Modern gaming has changed the meaning of alpha for most people. 100%. Yeah. You know, I'm used to the whole fucking alpha was closed and, you know, you didn't know who was in it. You got these random emails. Hey, and now it's all, yeah, it's all different with, especially with the monetary process. So, this is a real alpha. This is not early access. So in my brain, early access can also mean a lot of different stuff. I've had some early access games that were basically 95% finished, and then I've had some early access games that were 20% finished. So yeah, this alpha is going to last a very long time. I think 2 to 3 years. I think the earliest you see the game come out is 2027. If you want to play, wait for phase 3 or beta. That's true. Yeah, yeah. If you're going to get really frustrated with testing, if you're going to get really frustrating with servers going down, UI not being polished, quests not working, events not working, if all that's going to do is make you very pissed off, then just wait. You're not missing anything. We're going to have probably a wipe here or there as well. They're going to try very hard to not have our servers wipe, but I assume especially when they start bringing in some of the bigger systems, that they're going to wipe our progress. So at some point, so if you're not somebody that likes that kind of stuff, then I would not get in right now. I would just kind of hang out and wait, watch people play. You can still give feedback, right? You can watch any of us play the game and still pop over to the forums and say, hey, this looks bad, this looks good. So you don't necessarily have to, well, shit, we've been providing feedback for 6-7 years, and we haven't been playing. So I am going to use the potential wipes to try out all the classes. Yeah, that's the other thing. There is not a lot of content right now too. Now it does take a really long time to get to the max level. I don't know that anyone got to max level over the weekend. I know that there was at least one level 20 that I saw. It's supposed to take 100 hours for you to get to 25. So keeping that in mind, yeah, I think now is the time to really just kind of try out all of the classes. I've basically played everything. I'm a cleric main, but aside from that, the bard is a whole lot of fun. I really like the fighter as well. I liked the ranger. The ranger is pretty fun. Probably the one that I had the least amount of fun with was the mage. Now, that's not to say it's not fun. I think there are plenty of people that have had fun with the mage, but it's not for me. I personally think it needs some work. But highest I saw was 21 on Lyneth. Wow. Yeah, there were people that pushed it. Actually, when I logged in Sunday morning and I got into a group with my guild, Genesis Guild, on Vira, some of those guys had been pushing all fucking night, like all night. Part of that was because the mayorships came up on Sunday. And so they were trying to get to 10. To vote for the mayor and to be a citizen, you have to get to level 10. And the grind from 9 to 10 is actually quite significant. So the amount of experience gain you need to get to 10 is quite a lot. So I think they do that just to try to prevent, botting and some other methods of rigging the elections. But I don't know for sure. If you can play solo, I know it's not ideal. Would you have to be ideally 3 to 5 levels higher? I don't know about 3 to 5, but you definitely need to be higher. Once you start getting progressed to sort of double-digit levels, you're probably going to fight things that are, I'd probably say 2 to 3 levels behind, lower. But you also have to remember there's also a star system, so you have anything from no stars to 3 stars, and 3-star monsters are going to be much harder to kill. So if you're solo, you're probably going to be doing 0-starred things that are, I'd say, 2 to 3 levels below you. And just prepare for some downtime. You're going to want to get some food to carry around with you so that you can increase your health regen and mana regen as well if you're solo. If you have a group, some of that regen stuff actually can get kind of crazy good. We had an 8-man group that had a bard with us. So, bard has a mana regen song, and I think it was something like 3 mana per tick was what I was getting. But then the cleric also has blessed weapon. So if you can maximize the skill choices for blessed weapon, you can put that on a DPS player. And that also then gives the cleric mana regen. So actually between blessed weapon or blessed weapon and the bard mana regen, like I had 0 mana problems, and we were fighting some pretty rough shit. So I have a feeling that might get tweaked a little bit. Have you tried any mage class? Yeah, I have. We actually created a mage on Lyneth because Vira went down Saturday morning last week. It's not my favorite. Battle mage will be fun. not a lot of that's not in just yet. Actually, one of the things I'd like to try as a mage with a two-handed sword. I'm curious how that would play. I don't know, but I'm super curious how that would play. I've also wondered about the cleric with the two-handed sword. I've just not really had time to play around. So the weapons are I would encourage you to play around with all the different weapons. You will obviously log in with the class specific weapon, but the area you log into is full of all the other weapons you can pick up for free. So definitely grab those and play around, because what you're going to want to do is you can actually swap out weapons while you're fighting. And each weapon has a finisher, right? That you spec for through the skill tree. So really what you should try to do is sort of combine ranged and melee weapons in a way that the finishers seem to be somewhat cooperative and also play well with your class skills. Because, as a cleric, for example, I would pull with a ranged spell. I always forget the name of it. It's not Smite. It's the other one. Judgment, I think. I pull with Judgment, and then I would start hitting it with a book. And then once the book actually procced its finisher, I usually hit Smite, because Smite would then turn. There's also a lot of synergy, right? So you would get burning with the first spell, and Smite would turn it into Conflagration, which would make it more powerful. But then I would switch over back to the Scepter Shield, and then try to get the finisher with that. So definitely play around with all the different weapons, and also play around with them as you're in the middle of combat. So it's actually kind of neat. I like the design of being able to swap in and out, and you have access to multiple different types of finishers per weapon skill tree. And so it's and right now you can reskill at will. That won't always be the case, but right now you'd literally just like right click the skill in the skill tree, and it comes back. The point comes back, and you can put it wherever you want. Can I use a physical weapon, or does it have to be a spell weapon as a bard? You can use both. You can use anything. You can equip any weapon. So some will make more sense than others, but you can equip any weapon. So just play around, see what you like, see what seems to work for you. Do you think the Polynesian dwarfs will have a water perk passive for voyaging? Maybe. When will the servers open? Servers open 3 p.m. Pacific time, which will be in under 6 hours now. We had a 5-hour delay, but they announced that delay yesterday. So having a weapon of the class you are or other makes no. I think some weapons obviously synergize better with your class. So yeah, some things are just not going to make sense. But play around. Figure out what you want to do. So there are no stat boosts on weapons. Not on the stuff you get initially, no. Now we have an enchanting system, so you can go, you can get a +1, +2, +3, etc. To your gear and weapons, but your initial stuff, no. Do you think we're wiping today? No, I don't think so. We've not been told that anyways. I really think they're going to try to save the wipes for just when they absolutely have to. Gloomy, I appreciate the cheer. Thank you. What type of attack procs the blessed weapon mana reward? So blessed, yeah. So you get the mana reward, but then it also adds in it's like holy damage, and I think some burning damage. Like it does increase the damage output on the person you put it on. So there's a lot of reasons to spec into a fully spec'd out blessed weapon. So aiming for a holy paladin type of cleric, yeah, it'll be fun. Want the dual dagger cleric rogue. My intent is to actually be the Templar, so I'll be adding in the fighter. But again, it's going to be quite a long time before we get secondaries. So can you press a button to swap weapons, or do you have to go through? No, you can. But that's a button swap. Currently, it's oh shit, what's it called? Is it the tilde? Whatever's next to the 1 on your keyboard is what switches weapons, but you can rebind that if you want. It doesn't have to stay there. I think actually you're going to want to rebind quite a bit for what works best for you. Like so the attack button is set to Q. And so if you're not playing with auto attack, it's kind of awkward to have to keep pressing the Q button on the keyboard. I actually did rebind that to the middle mouse button for me. I think other people have put it different places, but I think some have put, I think, right mouse button. But there is an option to just turn on auto attack, so you don't have to continuously press Q, which I would recommend doing, except for when you're purple. If you flag purple, meaning flag for PvP, your auto attack will hit everything around you, so you will hit other people. So just keep. I've long thought that auto attack will cause some wars will come out of an accidental auto attack. Oh wait, I'm missing stuff here. Misunderstanding. Should I buff a physical attack or magic attack to get max return? Oh, gotcha. You're just want to go really highest DPS, really. I usually put it on the ranger. So, but I mean, you could do ranger, or you could do mage, and just see what kind of mana regen it's giving you. Master Chief says, physical. Oh wait, no, is blessed weapon a physical buff, magical buff, or generic attack buff? Well, it has very different. It basically augments whatever attack you put it on. What do the clerics heal scale with? The way magical power has been, I think, the primary process. Sorry, I missed something I was trying to find. There's a lot of cleric questions. I'm surprised. Again, if you're ever on Vira, I play as Phantomx, Fantmx, and I'm more than happy to heal you if I'm not doing anything. I feel like I missed something. Where did it go? I love the support that the Bard is. Yeah, Bard is a lot of fun. So, all right, I'm not sure what I was looking for. I feel like I missed it at this point. But yeah, play around. See what groups you can put together. You have 8-man groups. So, we had a group Saturday morning that was 4 clerics, 2 bards, a mage, and a ranger, and it worked very well, actually. So, also kind of play around with your groups. You don't have to have an 8-man group. In an 8-man group, we were doing 3-starred things that were about 2 to 3 levels higher than us, and doing them pretty easily. It wasn't too difficult. But if you can get in a group, I would. I think that's overall just going to help you long term. This is meant to be a group game, right? They always talk about old school. I don't know how I feel about the idea of old school, but so you can solo, but it's gonna take you a really long time to solo, if that's what you choose to do. So, has our map been stuck here? Why is it stuck in the middle? Did somebody try to? All right, I'm gonna put this somewhere else so you're not just looking at the ocean. I don't know where to go. Maybe we'll just go back to the Riverlands. We'll just put it there, since that is where we are playing. There. Do you have a region you're excited to play at? And what do you think the prime contested node location? That we don't really know, right? I mean, we can't really declare anything at this point, so it's really hard to say as far as nodes, because they are also basically the same, right? I think they'll operate as a science, but that will change over time. My thing has always been Winstead. That's what I'll fight for. When we did No Wars, I was on Winstead the whole time. I was not on Miraluz. I was on Winstead. And yes, it is Miraluz. Sorry to Jamie's group and clan, but you are mayors of Miraluz, Curian. So I'll always go for Winstead. But right now I don't know that there's a lot of reason to really be contested. It's just actually, if anything, right now all of the mayors are working together. I know they're all working together on Vira. I know they're all working together on Linith. I'm not so sure about Resna. I haven't heard a ton about Resna. Resna is where most of the big PvP guilds went. So good luck today. I hope their servers have been sufficiently hardened. Yeah, I mean, me too. That's another point for those of you who haven't really been following Ash as much. You can also wear any armor you want. You're not restricted to a specific type of armor. So you can play around with that as well if you want. I want to see what a CC Bard can do. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I've not actually played with anything. Most of the bards I have played were sort of a mixed mana health regen, but I have to solo a lot living in Japan, and the community is on NA. Yeah, that's true. They don't have anything else stood up right now. Can't play on EU because of ping. Sorry to hear that. Although, because this is only open on weekends, I mean, I think you do find a lot of people that are still playing extremely odd hours over on the NA servers. Like I said, I actually started streaming Sunday at like 5:30 a.m. and immediately was in admittedly it was a guild group, but was immediately in a guild group. Do you think this game will feel like a job? Yes, to some people I do. This game is incredibly complex. There are a lot of elements to this game that are spreadsheet, right? You need to really understand your interactions, your returns, your financial components to all this. I think mayors are going to have a lot to do. I think if you're a mayor, you should be prepared to probably not be raiding because you're going to have a lot to work on as a mayor. So just keep that in mind. The mayorship is an interesting feature because there's a lot of work that obviously is going into being mayor and that process, the things you can do, the development side. But oddly enough, most of us will never get to experience that, right? Your mayors are not most players will never be a mayor. So it's a lot of work going into a system that's going to be experienced by very few people. I appreciate the prime there. XB, I'll just say XB. Appreciate the prime. Testing, yeah, we need, yeah. It's just, the mayorship's a very interesting thing. So I do think it'll feel like a job for some people though. Not my thing. I'm just here to have fun. We'll see how much the grind remains. If you start to lose fun for grind, then I think you have to change something. Experienced by few, but it affects loads. Oh, 100%. Yeah. You're going to want to make sure you have a good mayor, right? Or you have an ability, a way to kick them out. What's up, Trust Rex? I hope so, but I've never had a job that felt like work. I mean, as long as you're having fun, right? If it is a lot of work, but you're having fun, then it won't feel like a job. Resonant is where Envious goes to exploit. For those of you who know Lineker, who've been following, I love Lineker. Lineker's been great. He's joined us on the Ashen Forge. He's also a big guild, big PvP person with Guild Nova Ordum. And he puts out some really funny videos of them fighting Envious. So how do you purchase a key? A ticket. You just got to be logged in to Stream Elements. So make sure you're logged in. Number one, make sure too that you are logged into the right account. And then it's just watch. And we'll be doing that in an hour and 10 minutes. The Draken pull by Jamie made several top moments. Nah, yeah, that was pretty fucking epic. Jamie and his group are doing some really fucking cool stuff. If I hadn't joined Genesis, I'd probably be trying to knock on the door of Jamie Chaos. So Jamie Chaos is another one of the really wonderful content creators we have in the community. And that actually is his handle. He does a show, Tangents of Creation, on Saturdays, but he also has his own guild. And yes, they were doing some really fucking crazy stuff over the weekend, one of which was they pulled Firebrand. And I think this was a soft declaration of war because they pulled Firebrand to Winstead, which is run by my guild's mayor, and watched the Firebrand burn everything and generally raise hell on Winstead. So I thought it was pretty epic though, to be truthful. I was not playing, so I was actually watching it on Twitch with everyone else. But it was a lot of fun. It'll be fun to see what all we can kind of fuck around with as we do more and more. Giveaway still in process. Yes. We will do the giveaway in an hour and 10 minutes. The good thing is though, again, PSA, originally, as we started this morning, the phase 1 access was going to cut off at 11 a.m. Pacific time today. They have extended that. So that will be going to actually the end of the month, so we'll be able to do a little bit more on this weekend. I missed something. El Flaco, I appreciate the prime. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Oh, we started a hype train. Started a level 1 hype train with what? 5.5 hours to go still before we can play the game. Assuming they don't delay it any further. We'll see. Hopefully the patch notes will come up here in a minute and we'll get to kind of have a better idea of what they've been working on. The patch notes. So I actually have been, you'll notice this, you'll see a link to Google Docs that actually does have all of the current patch notes from this week. So you can read them there if you're curious. What else? Yeah, I'll try to find a group. I mean, definitely groups. So soloing like to level, I would say 5 or 6 is easy. It's really, really easy. It's not that hard of a grind. You know, really once you start to cross the level 9 threshold, is where you really, really will want a group. I just think groups will make it so much easier for you. You know what's also been interesting is this whole PVX sort of concept that you don't experience other places. That Sunday morning we had a group going for 4 hours, 5 hours, shit, I don't even know. And we were in a really good spot that we were farming, and we were getting really, really fucking great XP. I think I started out at the very beginning of level 9 and I finished the day at I finished it at a little over 11. And we would have players come up in other groups behind us, and we would have to watch them. We actually had to pay attention to what they were doing because, you know, you can PvP, and we were in a really good spot. And so we had to be very careful that that we didn't get killed and forced out of the spot. That's a very different experience, right? So that's something that you're going to have to kind of pay attention to. It was a different experience. You know, we actually had people calling out, kind of watching our surroundings. Hey, this group is here. Hey, that group is there. On Saturday, I was running around with Vladis and Richie and Royer, and we actually had people in our chat saying, "Hey, Jamie Chaos and his group are coming to PvP you." So yeah, you do have to pay attention to people around you, especially if you're in a really good spot. Really good, you know, there'll be people that will try to take it from you. Giveaways in Twitch, sorry, Twitch only. Mayor sounds like a job. Yep, I think so. I do like how players can't max out all professions. Yep, and at 100% you have to use, I mean, there are multiple sub-combines to craft, so you're going to have to rely on other people. That's just going to have to happen. That's why I think most crafting stuff's going to go through medium to large size guilds. So I noticed character names can't have spaces. Will that ever change? Probably not, but we'll see. That's probably also something that's not super important to them right now. What fixes are in for this weekend? The patch notes should have just kind of came around. Now, that does not mean that necessarily all of those patch notes are in for today. We would maybe assume they are, but that's not necessarily the case. So keep that in mind. But yeah, the link to the patch notes is kind of circling around there. Mayor sounds like too much of a hassle. Yeah, well, we've got some people in. I mean, I would actually ask them about it. Lude Lloyd, who is another content creator, did a mayor roundtable yesterday. So if you go to YouTube and search Lude Lloyd, it's 2 L's. Be careful what you search because you'll get some pornographic materials if you're not careful. But yeah, he actually talked to a lot of the mayors, so they can probably give you a good idea of sort of what it's like. What changes to Cleric have happened since we last tested? I know the verbal NDA was released. Not a ton, Chibi. It's you know, all the skills are basically the same. God, I'm trying to think. I don't think much of anything has changed for clerics. It still feels good. I still, I actually, all I did the past weekend, all I did was heal, and it was fun. You know, you have your your AoE heals, your ground heals, you have your oh shit button heals, your chain heals, your hots. So it feels really, really good. But there's really not been a ton to have changed. So do races have ratios like WoW? Not now. I think they do plan to put that in, but that is something a long, long time from now. Had to restart my phone, couldn't send messages. Oh, that's weird. Just got here, but loving the chill vibe. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're just hanging out, right? A lot of us, I think a lot of people are looking for a key, but a lot of people are also just waiting for the next 5.5 hours to pass until we can actually log in. But yeah, no, we're just been hanging out. I've actually been streaming a lot the last week and a half. So just usually my stream hours are weird. During the week it's late. I'm on Central Time, so it's usually 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. And then, but on weekends, Fridays, it's earlier. So actually, this weekend I'll probably start at 5:30 a.m. So, Forsaken Dude, appreciate the Prime. Thank you very much. Again, everything that all of what we're also what we are doing is that everything that comes through, any kind of ad revenue, any kind of subs, any kind of cheers, any kind of super chats, that's all getting put back into the keys. So that we can kind of give back to everyone. So the key that we do at 12:30 will actually be the 5th that we've done over the last week. So, and that's all really coming through all you wonderful people hanging out. So, thank you. I appreciate you all. Ashes of Community, Ashes of Creation, as I've said, has an absolutely fucking great community. So, if you are new to us, I think you will enjoy what you see. Of course, there are some assholes. There usually are everywhere, but for the most part, Ashes of Creation is an absolutely wonderful community. So you'll find a lot of people to help you out. I'm more than happy to go onto Discord, go onto the forums. Be careful of the forums. Most likely, if you post a question in the forums, typically, especially if it's a controversial question, that will turn into 50 pages of shit completely unrelated to your question. So just keep that in mind with the forums. But I still say the forums are much better than Ashes of Creation Reddit. So Discord, those is a lot of fun. So I'm convinced that the Ashes of Creation Reddit does not like Ashes of Creation. So so go to Discord first and then go to the forums if you're new. But you'll always find somebody to help you. Ashes of Creation also has an absolutely wonderful CM team. Margaret leads up a great group of people. So, certainly they're also been incredibly helpful if you have questions. They're usually almost always available in Discord. What are forums? They're old things that probably shouldn't exist anymore. But I always had developers, we've done this, we've done the Ash. So Theory Forge has existed for 10 years and we've interviewed a lot of different, people that have developed games over time. And typically what we have heard about forums is that most developers greatly dislike forums, but they're unfortunately sort of a necessary evil. So because I don't think anyone wants to really have to bother with supervising forums and all of that, but so most of the developers we've talked to would really rather not have one, but they have to. So is the forums down? No, the forums up for me. Oh, the website is. I just refreshed. It's still there. So can Firebrand ruin a node? Not right now, but it probably will over time. Right now, it just sort of sets it'll kill players, right? But it's not burning. It's not actually burning anything down right now. But certainly, if it spreads its fire over your citizens of Winstead, it'll kill them. So not really the buildings, but the people will. How do you think PvE feels with open world dungeons raids? I think most MMO players are accustomed to raid days. Yeah, I think it feels good, right? I think I just commented on the fact that, we ran a pretty big PvE group last weekend and we had to frequently watch out for people that were coming up behind us to make sure they would not kill us and take our grind spot. So, I think that's worked very well. It's different. It adds to that. I really, really, really get tired of the whole risk versus reward conversation, but it does add a layer of sort of, intrigue and stuff. You have to figure out what you're doing so that you don't lose your spot. Raids will be interesting. So I think the biggest thing that will come from raiding is trying to figure out what the death penalty will be like. I think most hardcore raiders, well, number one, I don't think this game will cater to hardcore raiders. So, if you have a hardcore raiding guild, I don't know that you're going to actually enjoy Ashes of Creation very much. They'll have raids, but it'll be very different from what you're used to in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. They're not going to have like mythics either in sort of dungeons. Only 20% of their content's going to be instanced, so everything else is going to be open to the world. So I think there are some parts of the population that are probably not. I mean, they might like it, but it's going to be incredibly different. The big thing again with raids that I'll be interested in watching is the death penalty, because I think most people are used to World of Warcraft, for example. You might wipe 10 times before you finally kill whatever it is you're trying to bring down. But in Ashes, that death penalty is very real. You have EXP debt, you lose materials, you get a debuff, and that adds on top of each other each time you die. So it'll be very interesting to see how raids work in that scenario. Because I would think there's going to be a lot of deaths during raids, and that's just going to be a very different experience in Ashes of Creation. So I'm so tired of redundant WoW AoE farming. To be fair, there's a lot of it. Well, I'm trying to think of how much AoE's in Ashes of Creation. Probably not as much as WoW, but there's quite a bit. LOL 10, more like 1,500 over the course of a month. Yeah, yeah. And you can actually get a full level of EXP debt. So, I mean, death matters. The biggest thing that I've disliked about dying in Ashes of Creation has been the material loss. It absolutely sucks to lose your materials. So, that's probably, so if you're going raiding, you're definitely not going to want to have materials. So, I meant more in dungeons and raids. Yeah. Does EXP debt matter at max level? How do we know? That's a good question. We have kind of asked what, I think it's more so at max level, it's more so the stat dampening part. And I believe stat dampening is timed or related to EXP debt. Also what we're not really clear of, I think the death penalty is sort of your EXP debt's a percentage based. So it's also different. If you're level 10 and you 10, I don't know, how do I put this? 10%, we'll say 10% of 200, right? It's very different than 10% of 2 million. So now, at early levels, your EXP debt goes away really fast. Like you don't even notice it. You have a little bit of red on your bar and the next thing you know, it's gone. Once we're in max levels and we have a lot of EXP that takes to get to the next level, I think that EXP debt's going to feel a lot more punishing. So, but it's going to be a bit, I mean, we'll see what it feels like at 25. But yeah, at least on early levels, EXP debt really does not matter too much. It goes away incredibly fast. Sad to hear. I was sad when I heard the game was 80% open world. I came from FF14. I love raiding. Yeah, that's just Steven's been very open about this. The whole instance sort of content and raid content is going to be very different from people who are used to World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy. It'll be there. I mean, you'll have stuff to do, but it's just different game. So, I think Narc hit it very well, though. We need players to explain their problems. The game shouldn't be for everyone, but it should be somewhat new player friendly. Yeah, we had that conversation earlier. They're kind of in this weird spot where they are just opening to the community, and so their new player experience might not be as important to them from a development process because they're really trying to work on networking right now. But at the same time, you're getting a lot of new people in, and so I do think you also have to spend some effort into making that new player experience more friendly. I do agree that it could be more friendly. If you haven't seen Soda Pop, and you can just go watch him and see how some people feel about their new player experience. Good. We don't want the same old MMO genre experience. Yeah, I mean, Ashes will not be the same old. I mean, there are significant differences. I think PvP is the biggest part of the end game. Yep, that is what you will focus on. Economy is really the end game, right? So PvP is going to help that process. Who owns control of what will matter, both from guild castles to just resources in specific areas. So the PvP component will be significant. They say there will be there will be places for PvE players as well. I mean, we'll have to kind of get a feel for where that all ends up for the pure PvE players. I don't know that this game ends up being something that people who only want to PvE enjoy, but we'll see. If you listen too much to players, every game turns into a poor copy of Warcraft. Yeah. Well, Sangre, Intrepid has their core pillars, right? They have core pillars of gameplay that will not change. And, I have been covering this game for 7 years, and they have been consistent in those core pillars. They have not changed at all. There is actually a lot of consistency in that. Do they change anything if it's just not at all a commercial success? I don't know. I don't think Steven would, but I don't. But as things have been currently, there is, they have been very true to their pillars. So what you see really is what you get. Seems a bit older community. Yeah, I mean, it's a mixed community. I think you have a lot, because I've met a lot of people that have joined the Ashes of community that have never played MMOs or MMORPGs. And it's that PVX part that's sort of bringing them in, and that seems very odd. But I've met quite a lot of people that just younger people that haven't played MMORPGs. But I do think you also have that older crowd that have just been waiting for something new. So I actually think if Ashes of Creation is a huge commercial success, I think the reason for that is because they were successful in getting the sort of next generation of gamers interested in Ashes of Creation. Otherwise, the sort of existing MMO player base, I don't think it's growing. And so you're only really going to be able to pull out people from other games. But that much younger population, I think, is what needs to be tapped into in order for Ashes of Creation to be successful. So, and I think there's a chance for that with it being PVX. A lot of new sort of gamers want to play, want to kill people. They want to have that sort of rush, right? And so I think that's the group that will actually make Ashes successful. So I think that's the group that would push Ashes of Creation from niche to a little bit more mainstream. So I think it's hard to get the Zoomers into MMOs. They can't stand. Is there no instant gratification? Yeah, I mean that is sort of a challenge, right? But that's also where the PVX component, being able to immediately sort of fight with other folks, I think might help that a little bit. But yeah, I mean Ashes certainly is going to take a long time to get stuff out of it. Are there EU servers, and do I need to make a EU account? You just have one account, but yes, there are EU servers. We do have 3 EU servers, 3 NA servers. So I'm forgetting the names of the EU ones because I only play on the NA. So I don't care how brutal death and PvP are. It's not pay to win, and that makes it worth it, period. Yep. No, it's certainly not pay to win. Steven has some very interesting words, some very interesting comments that he's made about sort of pay to win. Steven Sharif, the creative director and owner of Intrepid Studios, for those of you who don't know, was a huge ArcheAge fan. Like he played ArcheAge religiously. There's actually quite a few YouTube videos out there. If you, I don't know if he'd want me saying this, but if you, sorry, got distracted there from it. If you look at, if you go to YouTube and search for, his guild was the White Order, TWO. If you search the White Order Arcage, you'll see a lot of him playing, so you can get an idea of what he was like. I think he went by the Sorcerer. He was, or not the, he was Sorcerer in Arcage. So there's even some old archived Reddit posts if you look hard enough. But he's been very open. That the Arcage was a game where if you were not a whale, um, you fell behind. You could not compete on the server, and so he has really tried to create a game where pay to win doesn't exist. So Steven has said he was a CC swiping fiend. Yeah, no, he has. Yeah, he's talked very openly about sort of the Arcage days. And so yeah, everything right now it's just a sub cost and cosmetics. So there's no box cost at this point. It's just going to be sub and cosmetic based. Cosmetics have actually been going on for years at this point. So they have done a lot of packages that had different cosmetics over time, and actually all of those at this point you can't buy them. So they were all either bought them or you lost them. So I did not buy everything, but I have some packages that just look really fucking cool. So but yeah, cosmetics and subs. I actually have I was lucky enough that I got in early enough. I got in during the Kickstarter, and so I have a lifetime sub, so I won't have to worry about subs at all. So yeah, they really fucked up by locking away all the cosmetics forever. So much wasted effort. Yeah, I have mixed feelings. At this point, they have said that they would never come back. So I think they're kind of locked into that. I wish they would open up some of the cosmetics again. I really do. But I don't know how they can. I don't know that's wasted effort, because all of these cosmetics are really coming off of stuff that are in game anyways. So anything cosmetic you're going to be able to find in game. It'll be obviously a different skin. It won't look the same, but it'll. So I don't know that it's wasted time. Just taught me a new word to describe what I am in games. I'm an altaholic. Yeah, Diggs is an altaholic too. For those of you who watch our show, Diggs is very much an altaholic. I'm waiting, bought an A2 package. Awesome. So you'll get in next weekend then? I think I only get 6 months of free sub, but I don't remember. Yeah, it depends. There will be more cosmetics for sure. Always been a hopeless altaholic. It's interesting. I don't know that Ashes is really going to be super friendly for alts just because of the grind. We'll see. I'm sure there'll be people that make alts, but the grind is real. And so I guess if you sort of know Life Ashes, then probably, but for most people, I really don't know that you're going to have a lot of alts. So I don't know that you have time for a lot of alts. Ultimately they've said to get to level 50, whenever that is available, will take 200, I think it's a 225 hours. So, multiply that by however many alts you want, and there you go. How do you get into the pool for the giveaway? Just you have to log into Stream Elements. There's a link that's been in the chat, and there it is. It's right above, and you just have to log into Stream Elements, join there, and just watch and put in your tickets. So I like when you invest in one character and their story. Yeah, I heard Thor talking about this the other day, which I thought was a very good take, and he was sort of talking about games, how he enjoys games that allow you to keep your single character, but change them through either weapon use or whatever it might be. Kind of change your class so that you do get to sort of stay on just one character and grow with that one character rather than alts. I would agree with him in that. So, do you think there will be any augments that will make a mage like an ESO sorcerer? I don't know. We just know so little about augments. I think the main concern right now is, are augments going to be just visual, or are they going to actually change how your character plays? Steven says they'll change how your character plays, but I don't know. Somebody made a great point in my chat. Alts might be a good way good for faraway places on the map. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Or for scouts too. I mean, I'm sure there will be places that have scouts, alts that are scouts. So, and it all really depends on how well group is doing. The initial grind will be one thing, but the second time yeah, that's true. I mean, your second time playing through will be very different from your first. That's true. Jesus, I can't type. That's me. We are alike in that. That's why I'm talking and not typing. Ashes 2064. Sure as hell hope not. I don't think I'll be alive then. I'm saying Ashes 2027 is my projection. This map behind you, y'all can actually move it around, by the way. That's why there's a map behind me. So just so everybody knows, that's why it's back there. If you go to The Road Goes Ever On and you just put in the command, I don't know, where should we go? Let's go to Sujoma. That will move the map. So I'm saying late 2026, early 2027. I mean, I hope for 2026, but I think it's 27. So can I get a key? Just had surgery and have lots of time to play. You can enter the giveaway. These are all coming from, so again, the keys are all coming from everything that we get through our community. So, yeah, we're turning everything back around to keys. So right now, Intrepid doesn't really have a community. They don't have their content creator program up yet, so there's really no keys per se to give away. So this is just all done through us. So with Alpha Phase 3 being open permanently, it doesn't even matter when it comes out. That's kind of true, actually. Yeah, you'll have permanent access once you get to Phase 3. There might still be some wipes. That would be the only thing. But Phase 3, at least a year, then betas to 2027. Yeah, I 100% agree. A giveaway is the only way I could for this. Yeah, and I'm pretty certain that Intrepid will also do some giveaways. Yeah, I mean, it's $120 is not cheap. I know there are folks that are sort of like, well, $120, it's not that much money. I mean, that's a significant chunk of money. I do think it's a good deal. I think you'll get a lot out of it. Like I said, you'll get 3 years of alpha testing. You'll always have the PTR. You get some sub month. You get some embers. You get beta access. So I actually think they did turn it into a good deal. But yeah, it is a significant chunk of money, especially when you sort of compare it to past games that have charged for alpha access. So you don't have to buy a ticket. You just have to watch. Yeah, I'm not like trying to make money here. So we're just trying to get back to everybody. Yeah. Yeah, this will be our fifth giveaway today. We have about 40 minutes left, and that will be our fifth one to the community. So you can do the math there. We have 5 hours and 10 minutes before servers go live. No. Shit, I'm all off. No, that's right. 5 hours, 10 minutes. Let me check Discord real quick. We got patch notes. Maybe I should add them to. Oh, so here's what we got. They're bringing up, so they are standing up PTR. PTR is going to come up today at 12, so in 10 minutes. And it does look like that PTR will be testing the build that will be up today. So, yeah, so actually it does look like the PTR is going to be what we get to play, which wasn't entirely clear if that was the case. So, all right, let me get this put back onto our Google Doc here, and I will put it back up behind me. So, all right, we're going to see these together. I've not read through this. This is just this is not as long as I was hoping. So there's not as many patch notes, but here you go. So fully implemented the Sweat of Your Brow quest and Samia's Hope. That of course is the introductory crafting quest. And that also gets you your mount, by the way. So you're going to want to do Sweat of Your Brow because that's how you get your starter mount. Starter mount kind of pretty bad, but They did buff it a little. I think it's now 135% speed increase. Yeah, these are only from today. So this is the PTR from that literally that they just put up a little bit ago. So, adjusted map markers on the quest to line up with their actual location. So it looks like they're trying to get a lot ready for Samia's Hope. So that's good. I've adjusted the Horns of Betrayal event radius. That's good because that actually gets it's an event that's really confusing. Performance, perfect. Animation related, server crashes, client clashes. That all week we really spent time on server issues. So hopefully this is hopefully this feels a lot better, especially with having Samia's Hope and a secondary spot to log in at, to zone in at, which will hopefully help with queues. Yes, I wondered this. Fixed an issue allowing fishing commissions to be completed indefinitely. There was an exploit where I think it was you had to get 10 of 2 different types of fish, so 20 total, and you could repeatedly turn in the commission because the turn in the commission did not remove the items from your inventory. So you kind of had endless EXP and you had endless gold from that. So it looks like they have finally removed that. Reworked hair appearance at different distances. Well, that's good because as I mentioned, many times my head looked like it was stretched infinitely. And so that might be the hair thing. So I honestly think it's a little rough that European players pretty much only get Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, stick. Yeah. I mean, well, Stephen did say if the weekend goes well, they're going to consider extending the test because of the 5-hour delay. So we'll see if they do or not. So hopefully they do. Is this game in a fun, playable state? It is in a play testable state. It is a alpha 2. It is very much an alpha game. It's alpha 2. There's not very much content. There are plenty of bugs, plenty of crashes, server issues that we're working through. Yeah, fun is what you make it. Exactly. What I always say is if you're someone that's going to get really pissed off by crashes, potentially downtime, stuff like that, you probably don't want to get into phase 1. So please don't create endless loop quests. Yeah, I don't. The events hopefully will take care of that. There's not a lot of events right now, but events will hopefully make the world feel different and new, as long as it's not just sort of like the same 5 events on repeat. Right now, it is pretty much the same events on repeat, but we're not in a content phase. Intrepid's more so in a network stability phase right now. How do you sign up for the giveaway? Just click the link, log into Stream Elements, and then watch, and you can put in some tickets. From A1 to A2, they developed 5 of 100 nodes and 1 of 15 biomes. Neither of these things are fully fleshed out. Nope, they sure aren't. I just can't see them being ready for 2030. Well, here's the thing, right? And I'm not trying to make excuses. I try to be in the middle. I don't try to white knight. I don't try to doom either. I mean, I'll tell you how it is. The big thing is they really not had staffing until the last 2 years, right? So, and you can actually see this because they often will comment on the studio, their hiring of the studio. So you can go back and watch old videos of their development live streams, and they'll comment on the number of people they've hired, how many people they have, and so it's really not been until the last 2 years that they've hired a lot of people. So they are finally, I think, around between 200, 250 employees. So that would be the only thing, right? As far as, now they do have a lot more people that are working on the project. So I don't think 2030, I don't think it'll be 2030. Funny enough, on one of our, not this last interview we had with Stephen, but the one from last year, last July, we actually got to spend a lot of time. It's really fun talking to Stephen, by the way. He's pretty down to earth, pretty chill dude. But anyways, Diggs did ask him about being done by 2030, and I always joke that he did not answer that question. So he just sort of laughed. But no, I don't think it'll be 2030. I think it will definitely be before. they're also going to be outsourcing a lot of stuff. Yep, they've also mentioned that too. Yeah, not only have they hired a lot of folks, they are also bringing in some other companies to try to get a jump. This is a lot of money. I don't think Steven wants to go to 2030 because it's a shit ton of money. They've already said they've spent what 90 million, and 60 of that Stevens is what he said. I think. I think by the time this releases, you're easily at 250 million. So the sooner they can get stuff out, as long as it's fun, the better they're going to be for sure. MMOs are expensive games to make. Sure as shit are. Yep. Sure as shit are. Yeah, we're on Twitch stuff. Sorry. I saw on their website they expected 100,000 players for the playtest. That's a lot of people. Yeah. Well, you can start to do some math about concurrency, right? If you consider there were 6 servers, there last weekend, 6 servers, 3 NA, 3 EU. What's up, Sev? And they were all basically queued, right? You can kind of start to do some math of what the concurrency was, at least then, because I think they were going for 3,000 concurrent for those servers. They eventually want to make that longer or bigger, but so what 3,000 times 6, and there you go with how many people, plus a lot of people in queue. So that's what, a minimum of 18,000. So they don't expect all 100,000 players to try to get in at the same time, I don't think, but we've never also had a follow-up to that. I think that 100,000 number Steven put out actually quite a long time ago. And so, I think the expectation is it's probably higher than that, but no one really knows. Stephen and John put 100 million in cash into Intrepid. Check it. Yeah, I mean they are self-funding, so not entirely. Obviously, there's keys to buy and Kickstarters and bunch of shit, but they are largely themselves funding this. So, Nice Gaming, what is up, Nice Gaming? So yes, as some of the content creators come through chat, I have been pointing them out. For those of you, I would be surprised if you follow Ashes of Creation if you did not know Nice. But Nice Gaming is an absolutely fucking amazing content creator. He has a huge YouTube channel, does a lot of great videos. So go look up Nice Gaming on YouTube, give him a follow. He also does a lot of streaming. So also, if you like ESO, he's a big ESO PvP person. Yeah, follow him on Twitch as well. They have Voices of Vera, actually a really fun group, really fun Discord. If you want to join their Discord, I don't have the link right now, but Voices of Vera it's Wednesdays, right? Nice, I think, for sure. But they do a weekly show where they kind of go over stuff and bring people on and chat. So definitely go check out Nice Gaming. Pretty cool dude. So Tuesdays. I just joined you too. Why did I say Wednesdays? I think I've been streaming far too much. My days are all messed up. I've had a hard time with time zones today for some reason. So yeah. Top 5 has begun. Yeah, he also has been he put out a video series of the top 5 from last weekend, which has been very fun to watch. So I think number 1 was Jamie's Dragon Pool, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, go check out Nice Gaming. I feel like Intrepid can make a lot of money by marketing dynamic gridding. Well, yeah, so that's an interesting conversation, right? They do not currently have dynamic gridding in. Steven confirmed that when we interviewed him 2 weekends ago. He did not think that would be it. Well, at the time, he said it wouldn't be in weeks 1 or 2, which this is obviously week 2. But he did say it wasn't completed, and they had to actually take some people off of it to work on other parts of their networking systems. So, I think it's actually kind of unknown when dynamic gridding gets in, and I also think they will clearly announce it. Because dynamic gridding has sort of been the holy grail, right? That no one's been able to do yet. So certainly if they get it working, they're going to make it known that they have it working. Um, and they haven't done that yet. So, but yeah, I think their whole IntrepidNet, which really, when you look at IntrepidNet, dynamic gridding is sort of the newest part to that. But IntrepidNet, I think, is a little bit new in design because they're combining everything together. I do actually wonder about them marketing that at some point. At some point we have to have Unreal 6, right? And so, if you have a really nice networking package that includes dynamic gridding, I could see them licensing or selling it. So, but they have not said that. So keep that, grain of salt. They have not actually said that they're going to do that, but I do think it would make sense. How was I not following already? I don't know, but I appreciate you are if you are. I hope it's a fun weekend and the second starter zone helps things. Oh, for sure. Nice. Yeah. I wouldn't checked it out this week. I don't know if you did. There wasn't a lot of stuff in it, but like you said, at least it's the second place. So their dynamic gridding is the same as Star Citizens. Yeah, it's all the same. But I don't think, I mean, has Star Citizen actually officially completely mastered that yet? I know they've put out some videos about it, but I don't know if they've actually have it 100% working as intended. I would love to interview some of the networking people to find out why it's been so hard. So next phase is November 8th. Yeah, so if you don't have access yet, you will not be able to play today. You will get to play next weekend. So all of the keys that have been on sale for Alpha 2 Phase 1, they do not get you in game till next Friday. So which I know is kind of might suck, but you're really only missing what 6 days of testing, and last weekend actually we had quite a chunk of that taken away because of the DDoS. So you're not missing a lot. So getting in November 8th, hopefully that just means that we've helped them solve a lot of their networking stuff, so it's a little bit smoother for you. Server meshing in IntrepidNet could be very profitable. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I think I definitely could be profitable. They're still working on some issues with dynamic. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't think anybody has yet mastered it. So our servers wiped from the weekend to weekend. Right? No, they're trying to keep them as unwiped as possible. That kind of sounded dirty, but yes, they do not want to wipe if they do not have to. So as far as we know, like when we log in here in a little bit, we'll have the same characters we had last weekend. So SC is far behind on the dynamic gridding as far as anyone can tell. They're also going about it differently than Intrepid. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think you saw that in the videos, but yeah, that's why I say when anyone actually gets dynamic gridding really working, I think it's going to be very well known because it just hasn't been yet. So the keys we've been doing, giving away again, are for November 8th. There's absolutely, unfortunately, nothing I can do to help you get into Alpha 2 this weekend. If you did not have access already, then you just don't. But the keys will be for next week. So they have done, so this morning, actually, they did change some things, which I think is very helpful. When we started this morning, we were trying to give away keys prior to them shutting off phase 1 access. So originally this phase 1 was supposed to, access to phase 1 was going to end today at 11 a.m. Pacific time. But they brought down the website, and when they put the website back up, that had changed. So you actually get to have, actually here it is. I'll show you. If you can see down there below, well, my head's in the way, but none of the important stuff. They have actually changed the deadline to November 30th. So you actually have a lot of extra time to be able to get into phase 1. Otherwise, it was going, otherwise it was going to be December 20th before you could get in if you didn't have a key by today. So, yeah, they did change this today to where you don't have to buy it by 11 o'clock Pacific time today. You can wait if you need to. I would be curious, did you buy these keys? No, this is just me working with you all. They Intrepid, so the content creator program is not yet started, so there aren't really keys given out by Intrepid. They have done some of their own stuff, so certainly keep an eye on them. They have given some of their own keys. This is just community driven, so Yeah, this is just us, or me trying to turn around anything, anything that we get from whatever subs, ads, and all that's getting kind of put back into money for keys, basically. Um, I wish I could give keys. Actually, Intrepid, if anybody's watching, we did have Planendorf in here earlier. If anybody's watching, I mean, I would love to just give keys away, but they don't. I don't think they have that process ready to go yet. So as of right now, that just means that you and I will connect whoever wins, and we will get things working that way. I got to really remove the on-screen celebration. I'm not really good at doing celebrations. I think I was doing like this last time, but I'm in a weird spot. Um, I got to really remove that, and that is not an invitation for everyone to start putting that either. Soon, yes, very soon. Hydrate. Thank you. Um, yeah, this will actually, yeah, what we do here. So the next key will be in 23 minutes. And that will be our 5th actually given away. So, and we'll continue to do some more this weekend. So, this weekend is extra live. So, I'm going to have to get a extra life link plugged in as well for donations. So, but yeah, we'll be doing more over the weekend. It is a little bit different how you can buy keys. We aren't buying the keys. I'm not, because it's also against the terms of TOS for me to, buy an account or something and give you the account. That's not allowed. So we'll just we'll just get you the funds basically to. So I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you to do what you're saying, but um, yeah. So that's how we'll do it. And like I said, we've had a lot of wonderful community members over the last week that have really helped contributed to this ability to give out keys. So Stephen Sharif appeared in my dreams to tell me I was destined to win the giveaway this time. Well, our raging kitty cat, we will see if that happens because it will be drawn live. So you may have already touched on this, but what do you think about Intrepid having an instanced tutorial island? I would be okay with it. Yeah, I mean, so Ashes of Creation does have a lot of complicated systems, right? Like it's a very detailed game. It's a very complicated game. And, especially early on, I think some of this is just hard to follow. I've actually thought that maybe a lot of the tutorial stuff should just come, not right away, but as you're progressing. Like nodes is a great example. When you log in, you're not immediately going to a node. I mean, you can't immediately run to Winstead because you'll die because the things that along your way will kill you. Um, so I actually think like that would be a great point. A player gets to level 10, which at level 10 you can become a citizen of nodes. You can participate in the mayor elections. So maybe you save some of that tutorial stuff actually for like level 10 so that they get to learn a little bit more about the process because there's so much time. If you try to teach them about nodes as soon as we log in, we're going to forget most of that. So yeah, I think they will probably end up doing tutorial stuff a lot differently than what we're used to. But yeah, I would be okay with an island. The lore for the island is there. That's true, Master Chief. That yeah. They could certainly set that up to happen before you walk through the gateway, I guess. Um, you know, I guess, but that'd be kind of weird though, because you're coming from Sanctus, right? And Sanctus does not have any magic, right? So I don't know how you rectify that in the lore. Um, you'd probably have to do the island rather than sort of the pre uh, arrival to Vera. You'd still have to probably come through the portal and then go somewhere else. Um, go watch Soda's Rage Quit video. He played last weekend. Most people will have experienced the same issue. Yeah, I mean the new player experience 100%. That's been a very common comment this morning. It could definitely be better. Yeah. And I actually, it's probably should be a priority. Right now it's really about server stability. I think that's where a lot of their efforts are, obviously, and sort of client stability, um, so that people can just get in and play. But yeah, I mean, I would agree that it's probably pretty significantly important to try to quickly, early put in some improvements in the new player experience. Um, that certainly could be better for sure. Um, and I do think it's probably important, especially as they're bringing in new people. Uh, who knows? Maybe they do that on the 8th. Maybe it's not until phase 2. We really don't know kind of where they're spending a lot of their time. So, hey, thank you for the cheer. I appreciate that, Gloom. If the tutorial island is instance, they don't even have to mess with the current starting zones. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would be okay with a tutorial setup like that, but I don't know that that's going to be designed that way though, because all of your beginning stuff actually contributes to nodes around you. I feel like gamers judge games too fast these days. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I would agree. Can you copy paste the PTR notes like that? I thought well, I'm not showing anything from, the questionable part, the visual questionable part is whether we should be taking screenshots of an NDA Discord, right? I think that's where that's where the gray is. Otherwise, we have no NDA on conversation or written material. So I can sit here and talk and write about it all I want, but I can't show you anything. I think the gray area is the Discord and whether or not we should be taking screenshots of this, and I'm not going to, because I really don't know what that is. I don't know what they would like. There are some Twitter accounts that already did they. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, so I've not actually been paying attention to their Twitter account. So maybe they did. We can look though. So I don't think there's any issue with just sort of regurgitating them, but yeah, I'm not gonna screenshot the Discord and put it up here. So I didn't wait on this game. I haven't been covering this for 7 years just to get banned as we start Alpha 2. So yeah, so I'm not going to take screenshots of shit. Oaken isn't really that great. They're starting to count back bar. All right, I'm trying to find. No, I don't see where they've tweeted anything out themselves. I'm sure they'll have patch notes up for the main servers. So, and we've been many different places. People have been commenting on and then posting patch notes, and so far, there's not been any feedback by Intrepid that we can't. So, if that's the case, let me know, Intrepid, and I will take it down. But yeah, I think it's more so it's the screenshots that are going around that are of the Discord that are sort of more questionable. So, delayed. What's delayed? What are we talking about? I just got here. Why aren't you in game? Oh yeah. It's delayed. They announced that yesterday. They pushed back 5 hours. So Steven did announce in Discord that they had some stuff they wanted to get better before they went live today. So as of right now, it is 3 p.m. Pacific time. So we're just waiting. We've been chatting for about 4 hours, just hanging out, talking about Ashes. This is the waiting room for Ashes. So welcome in. Welcome in. Scam after all? No. Narc is loving it. Have you watched him play? Like, his videos are good now. He he seems to have turned a corner. So upload, where's that at? Where did you see the update your launchers? Ephesia, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you greatly. I appreciate you a lot. Where did he say update? I'm not seeing where they said update. Can you update right now? I'm going to wait. I mean, I'm streaming. So what I'm going to end up doing here is after we do this giveaway, I'm going to be probably passing you on the raiding somebody. So keep in mind who you'd like me to raid. My beautiful daughter has a soccer game today. So I'm going to be, so actually this delay helps me because I should be back before the servers go live. So yeah, but we're gonna pop off here for a little while just so I can hang out with my family, my beautiful family. Coltar, thank you for the tier 1. Dazak, thank you for the prime. Hope she does well. I'm a soccer addict. Yeah, she's good. We're in a weird spot right now. We're in an overlap of soccer and basketball, so it's been busy. She's largely been forward up front, which is interesting because she doesn't really like to run a whole ton. But yes, football game. Apologies, football game. But yeah, we'll still be live here we got 13 minutes. We'll do the key giveaway. And then I'll probably hang out for another 30 minutes. So, but yeah, she's really tall. So I think this will be her first year doing basketball. So I think that'll go pretty well. How many goals? No goals this season. Yeah, they've played some really good teams actually. So she's younger, so they're not like in high school league or anything. So tips for new players playing Ranger. I've largely mained a cleric, so I don't know if there's anyone chat that has any tips. I would say stand back and shoot. So the Ranger's okay. The Ranger's fun. It's not been my favorite class. Obviously, cleric's my favorite, obviously, and then Bard, and then Fighter, and then probably the Ranger. So as of right now, I think my least favorite is Tank, and then above that is the Mage. So had to red card a coach. Oh, damn. Take out another girl's knees? Hell no. Yeah, no, not down with that. So you probably need to be in Twitch chat to be on. And yeah, sorry, folks in YouTube. We're going to do YouTube this weekend, but as of right now, is just Twitch. And we only have 10 minutes. So I don't know at this point if people can get in on the giveaway. I think we might be closing to the time limit, just so everyone knows. But we will be doing more key giveaways this weekend. So tomorrow's Extra Life, so definitely during Extra Life. But everything that's, we're just returning everything back to the community. So we'll do our 5th key giveaway today, and we'll do a couple more over the weekend. Yeah, we are now at 4 hours. How long until the servers? 4 hours and 20 minutes? Is that right? 21 minutes? Or sorry, 40 minutes? So we're getting there. Still got a little bit of time, but we're getting there. All right, Crota, thank you for hanging out with us for all that long, wonderful time. Points you accrue now. Yes, that's true. Yeah, points will go to the next. Yes, Sangre, that is 100% right. So, yeah, you can keep points in the next giveaways we do. I'm going to have to run, so I probably won't have the giveaway up just immediately, but by tonight, I'll have it kind of going. So, we'll try to do a mix of early and a little bit later, just so that we can get both EU and NA in. I made that mistake last weekend, actually. I streamed Saturday, Sunday at like 5:30 a.m. my time, so I had a lot of interactions with you wonderful EU folks. But then we actually did the giveaway on Sunday night, which is when we do the Ashen Forge, which ended up being like 2 a.m. for a lot of you. So we're going to try to make that a little bit better this weekend, if we can. So the other big thing that came out today, again, is that the alpha 2 phase 1 has been extended. So you do not have to have a key by today. It will go all the way until the 30th now. So they have extended your time to get into phase 1, which is, I think, a good thing. So I was a little worried. That's part of why we started so early this morning, because of the timing, but the timing's worked out okay. So all right, 9 minutes. So I have some videos up to review, but you know what? 9 minutes is not enough time. So we're just chilling at this point. I've not seen anything else as far as delays. Again, Ashes of Creation. So the server opening was delayed 5 hours, but there's been nothing to say anything different from that. So it is still 3 p.m. Pacific time that they're expected to go live. They have stood up the PTR today too. So right now, people who are in the PTR, I think, are potentially testing the build for today. I'm curious, have they made any changes based on player feedback last week, or was that too short? No, I think they have. Most of this is just is server, right? Server and client stuff. But there was one. Where was it? Oh, a lot of the complaints last week were about resources. So trying to harvest anything was super hard because all of the resources were being, there's just too many people, not enough resources for the people. They did actually increase the number of spawns for the gatherables. So I do think that probably came from feedback from people because it was really hard to get into any of the processing and crafting if you couldn't harvest stuff. So they did change that. But yeah, they're more so in a client networking side of things. So Intrepid is great about listening to their players every week. Yeah, and they patch regularly too. I will say that. All through pre-alpha. I mean, they patch all the time. When we did Node Wars, they patched every week. So they are constantly pushing updates and improvements. So, I've gained a lot of faith in them because of that. So, isn't 3 p.m. PT? I think the PTR. Sorry, I was talking about PTR public, the test room. That's what's been up. That's been up for a minute though. Servers open up at 3 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, what I was just referencing was the PTR. So pre-alpha sometimes had patches same day. Oh, for sure. Yeah, they had multiple patches. Yeah, Osiris, exactly. They are patching all the time. So actually, I was really a little bit dumbfounded, like why they did a PTR on an alpha game. But it actually has worked out very well. Because now they're pushing the updates to the PTR prior to pushing to alpha, which then helps with their goal of not having to wipe or any of that. So having the PTR has been really helpful. Also, it's been a very directed process. So when they stand up the PTR, they're also telling us very specifically what they want us to do. And so that actually has worked pretty well with giving them back data so that, come the weekend, it can be a little bit smoother for us. Just this week, they've patched like 2 to 3 times a day. Yeah, they're putting up tons of patches and improvements. So, PTR will be testing the new patch, so I hope everything runs smooth. Yeah, where did my map go? Oh, somebody else redeemed. Where's the map? It was already up. You just made it go away. Now you gotta redeem it again if you want the map. Maybe you didn't want the map. I don't know. You just actually turned it off. Sorry. Are they going to extend the alpha due to the delay? Maybe. We don't know for sure. Steven did message on Discord they would consider it if the test went well. So we'll see. The pay testing we do now allows AOC to not charge a box price in the future. Yeah, and I don't think they'll ever add a box price. So, it's definitely helping out. But we can't downplay, however, how much of this is his own pocket. So, I always try to keep that in mind. Yeah, launcher is updating. Yeah, that's what we were told earlier. I'm not going to update it till I get out of here in the next, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. So I'll be ready to go. Are they going to list the visual NDA for PTR at any point? Probably, Neo, but not for a while. Because the Alpha 2 server, the current live Alpha 2 server will become the PTR. So, once we get to that point, I think they'll lift the visual. Well, you know what? They might not actually. I might be misremembering. I think they've kind of talked about potentially keeping the visual NDA, but that's so far away that it's just hard to say. Yeah, that's what there viral gotcha. Probably not. That would be my no, they're very picky about visual stuff prior to being ready. So, yeah, it could very well be that um, they never do. So, I mean, at least they have the verbal, right? At least we get to talk about it. We get to show you the patch notes. I mean, I think that's pretty good. Although there have been some things I wish I could have recorded and shown you. I mentioned this earlier. I think it was Wednesday I was on and on the PTR, and Planendorf was there, and he was corrupted. And he, of course, was a GM and had GM powers. I think he was level 50. I was level 2. And he was corrupted. And so I said, fight me, and started, shooting my stupid ass book at him that did nothing. And he hit me for, I think it was 85 million damage. It was either 85 million or 8.5 million. I'm not sure which. But I obviously very much died at that point. So I wish I could have recorded that, because it was actually pretty fucking hilarious. But yeah, so there are some things I wish we could share, but we just visually, but you can't. So any good leak about Summoner? I'm curious about the class type. I mean, I don't have any leaks really. I will say the thing that most interests me at this point about the Summoner, we did have Steven Sharif on the Ashen Forge two or three Sundays ago, and we talked a little bit about the Summoner. And what I found most interesting at this point was, obviously he said they needed to stand up the pet system in order to be able to do the Summoner, which makes sense. But then he also said they had to stand up the mount system to be able to make the Summoner. So it's not really a leak because Steven said it, but I'm super curious. I wish we had had time to follow up on that, but we didn't. So I'm really curious, the Summoner, the mount system, sort of how that starts to play into the Summoner. I hit a GM that was showing corrupt, and the Thorns damage killed me. So they didn't even have to cast anything on you. I don't know what he did to. I don't know if it was a GM command. I don't know if it was a spell. I mean, I had never seen a level 50 character at that point, but he was. They don't want issues with PTR showing up YouTube. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I can see that. Yeah, again, I'm not complaining. I just, yeah. I mean, there's a lot that they want to make sure people don't misjudge. I want a horse spider mount. Yeah, that does sound fun, actually. Siege summoner groups. It's going to be wild. Yep. Yeah, summoner's going to be super interesting. Where I find the summoner most interesting is as using summoner as a secondary. Kind of how that starts to change things. So, summon mounts or perks would be, yeah, cool. Yeah, they would. And I don't know. I assume that's part of why they needed to set it up, but a skill issue. Yeah, right, Andre. Yeah, it's a skill issue that I couldn't avoid 85 million damage as a level 2 character. For sure. Time to draw my. Oh, it is, isn't it? 1 minute. Yeah, the clock just ticked. All right, let me. All right, guys, as I'm working on this, if you have any tickets you want to put in, right now is the time to do it, because I'm about to end the giveaway. So I will be doing this live. So let me pull everything up. All right, here we are. So I do this live so that y'all can see what I see. All right, I'm gonna do a 10-second countdown, and then we're going to close the giveaway. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And so we are closing the giveaway. All right, when I draw a winner, you have to be present. So I might not immediately see you. So if you are in chat, you need to 100% make sure I know you're here. Otherwise, we will be passing over you. So, and we have unfortunately had to do that. So we actually had to pass over a lot of people Sunday. So, all right. And the winner is, it's Zek. Are you here? You have a short window of time to let me know that you're here. So are you? I'm not seeing anyone in chat by that name. Am I missing them? No, not currently in chat, not here. All right, we're going to wait just a second and we're going to move forward. We're going to move on. If you're not here, I can't at you. So, all right, we're going to do a 10-second countdown again and then we're moving. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and we're moving on. All right, you have now lost your ability to have a key. We are going to draw another, and here we go. All right, here we go. Is this person in chat? Yeah, YouTube folks, sorry. We're going to do YouTube over the weekend. This is all on Twitch. Are you here? Please let me know that you are here. Oh, you are. You are in chat. Are you actually here? I need you to send me a message. All right, Gunner. Yeah. All right, guys. That's sorry if you didn't win. Again, we will be doing this over the weekend as well. So, all right, I'm going to connect with you, Gunner. Hold on. Where did your name go? Yeah, to make sure you have whispers turned on so I can talk to you. We will be doing this weekend. So again, for those of you who did not win, you also have other chances. Everything that we're doing, everything we get out of this, YouTube ads, Twitch ads, subs, super chats, anything, we're putting right back into keys. So, well, can't give keys, but we can give you the money to get keys. So, this was our 5th one. Actually, we'll do some more. We'll do some more over the weekend. So. You're going to see me actually messaging you as Phantom X, by the way. So, all right, guys, I'm going to make this work. As we're sitting here, is there anyone that you really like to watch that you think we should potentially raid here in a minute? Nice. Back to the YouTube player I go. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, I saw Nopester was there, so yeah, we'll do some over the weekends, guys. For sure, and we'll be playing over the weekend too. So, you know, as I've always said for a while, you know, if you're on Vyra and you need a healer, just hit me up under Phantom X, and I will gladly heal you if I don't have anything else going on. So, all right, Gunner, I've sent you some messages. I need you to just to respond to me so I can start working with you. All right, guys, we're gonna do. All right, so who all do I have? I got to see who's doing Ashes of Creation right now. I've seen Nopester. I don't even know who else is sort of talking right now. Who else is in there? So we have Nopester. Yeah, that's the main person, isn't it, that I see? Is there anybody else that y'all would be curious about? Yeah, he's the main person streaming. Unless I'm missing somebody, you know, I like to pass around the love. So, unless there's no one else, that's probably who will go ahead and raid. All right, Gunner, I need you to respond, man. I'm gonna be logging off here, so I need you to get back to me on Twitch, or you can get me on Discord too under Phantom X. So one or the other, we need to connect so I can get you in. All right, guys, this has been a fun morning. Again, so a couple of things. PTR is up right now, and PTR is up. So they're currently testing the next build. Presumably, servers go live 3 p.m. Pacific time. As of right now, there's been no mentions of delaying it any further. And so we have about 5 hours and 20 minutes. No, am I off on that? No, we got a little bit. So it's 3 p.m. Pacific time is what they've moved to. And they'll be turning the servers on. Apparently you can't update your client right now. So 4.5 hours. Thank you, Viral. My brain has gone completely dead right now. So I have needed I have needed your help. So, yeah, we actually took a break last night, but other than that, we've been going pretty hardcore. So, but it's fun. It's fun being here with all you beautiful, wonderful Ashes of Creation people. All right, we're gonna go on over. Let me get it set up to Nopester, who is another wonderful Ashes of Creation streamer. I just don't see anybody else. And we do like to share the love. So, again, we have a really wonderful community here. Hopefully, it keeps going as we work through our Ashes of Creation alpha streams. I appreciate y'all taking your time. This morning, hanging out both YouTube and on Twitch. Again, YouTube folks, we'll make a YouTube giveaway this weekend. I think I found a way to set it up, so I just can't do stream elements through YouTube at this point. So, all right, y'all, it's been real. Gunnar, I'm going to stay on a little bit so that you and I can kind of chat. So, but yeah, we'll be back on either tonight or tomorrow morning, and we'll give some keys away Saturday and Sunday. So, is Ashes any? Oh, last question: is Ashes any good? Honestly, not trying to stir the pot. Just curious. Ashes in a alpha state. There are a lot of broken things. If you do not want to deal with server crashes, disconnects, queues, bugs, lack of content, then Ashes is probably not yet ready for you. But I do think it's good for what it is. So, do I have a referral code? I do. Let me. Oh, do I have time to? It's been streaming. It's been going through the. It's been going through the streamer bot, but let me real quick. Oh, they got their Cloudflare up and running. They're preparing for everything coming in. Actually, hold on. I will get it just a second. I think I have time. I think I have time before it automatically sends you. Yeah, I got to set up referral. There you go. There is the referral code. I got it in just before the raid came. Click it for me. All right, I appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all later this